Michelle, I have 6 o'clock. Are we waiting for anything on your end?
Nope. I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Everybody ready? Okay, let's do this. Okay, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday, August 19th, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. I'd like to send for the Pledge of Allegiance. Before I ask Angela to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm wondering if we might take a moment of silence for Mayor Ron Smith. He passed away this morning, and he was just a true leader in the community and will be greatly missed.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under
one
God,
nation,
indivisible,
under God,
with liberty and justice for all.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, can we have roll call, please?
John Marshall?
Here.
Thank you. Peter Gower is absent. Mark Johnson?
Here.
Arthur Munoz?
Here.
Paul Olivas?
Here.
Alex Felto?
Here.
Kathleen Taylor?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Michelle. Moving on to item number 3, public comment. This item is for either public comment on any action item or for any general public comment. Michelle, do you have any general public comment for the record?
No, we did not
That was
receive
received?
any general public comment.
Okay, thank you. Item number 4, approval of minutes from the Planning Commission, the regular Planning Commission of July 15th, 2020.
Commissioner Johnson, I'll move to approve the Planning Commission meeting minutes from July 15th, 2020.
Commissioner Olivas, I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do we have anybody that needs to abstain?
I believe I need to abstain. I'm having problems bringing up my packet, so I apologize, but I think that one I was not there.
I also need to abstain. I was not there.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that motion carries because we had 4 commissioners to abstain and 1 absent. Moving on to public hearings. 5.1, this is for case number LDC 2000011. The Bluffs. The request is made for a special use permit to allow construction of 242 apartment units. Michelle, do we have a presentation from the applicant?
We do, just one moment. And just, will you be doing roll call votes?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You can do it. I think it's much better when you do
Okay,
it.
I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just going to be one moment. So we have Derek Wilson on. Derek, can you hear us? You need to unmute.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, do you have your PowerPoint presentation ready to go that you can share
Yes.
with us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to
When-
share
once you-
screen and it should.
Once you bring it up, I will start the timer. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I just activated the share screen.
Okay, you have 15 minutes.
Great, thank you. So this is the Bluffs, an apartment project in Verdi. It's a combination of 2- and 3-story apartment buildings. It's 11 buildings total, 242 apartment units. It includes amenities, open space, pool, clubhouse, picnic area. I think every attractive apartment complex these days includes outdoor amenities, and we're certainly repeating that style. Residential type architecture, porches, lots of articulation, exterior patios. The site is just north of Cabela's, north of the RV park. It's a 10.7 acre site. It's just east of a large warehouse complex that's there. In this exhibit, this is the aerial photo here is outdated. This is labeled here. There's a light industrial / distribution to the west of our project site that now has a large warehouse operation on it. So our site is largely vacant. There is an old house on there. It hasn't been occupied for years. It's somewhat derelict, so that would be removed. The application is a special use permit triggered by the use by the 242 apartment units in the MF14 zone and for some fill areas in excess of 10 feet. Zoning is an area of heavily mixed zoning. Our site is zoned MF14 is the base zoning. That zoning is somewhat amended by a city overlay district, in this case, the Mortensen-Garson Overlay District. So really the allowed use, the density of our site really comes from the terms of that Mortensen-Garson plan. And that's fairly common. It's zoning is taken as a whole entity. In this case, it's the base zoning plus the Mortensen-Garson overlay. So in this case, the Mortensen-Garson plan dictates 242 units allowed on this site as a base, with an option to request a 25% density increase. We decided not to do that. We decided that the 242 unit count provided us an attractive project. It maintains the character of the area. It doesn't push the boundaries of the site. It doesn't try to squeeze too much in. So we did not ask for that possible density increase. So I think it's important to recognize that we're not seeking to crowd the site to the absolute limit allowed by the code. Here's a picture of the site plan. I always feel like I should apologize. It's basically impossible to do a great job of showing an 11-acre piece of property on a computer screen. So I hope all of your packets are adequate, but I can always elaborate as needed. You can see the green space. We have quite a bit of landscaping. We're well in excess of the minimum landscaping. This exhibit is rotated 90 degrees, so north is to the right. So on the left is our south property line. That's the RV park adjacent to us. Based on discussion with the city, we sought to interact appropriately with the RV park. So we limited those buildings to 2 stories at the south side. So those won't tower over the RV park. And in fact, our grading is a bit lower than the RV park, so they'll sit a bit lower. I think a more important feature is that most of the parking is internal to the site, so you won't be looking at expanses of parking around the perimeter. So on the south, north, and east side, we have primarily buildings. So that helps to contain any headlights and any parking lot lighting that may be needed. So I think it does a nice job of sort of containing the site. Retaining walls on the east side, that's the bottom of this image. Those are stepped into the hillside. Again, that was worked out with discussion with the city. They asked us to go back and see what we can do to minimize wall heights. So we stepped those. We broke those into 2 sections. There'll be some landscaping in there, so breaking up that. I personally don't think those are highly visible, but I had to agree with the city that we should make the extra effort to do what we can to make that attractive. Architecture, I think, is appropriate to the area. It's residential character. It's got peaked roofs and lots of exterior articulation. It's a local architect who knows the market. He knows what works well in the area. That's the 2-story buildings. There's an example of the 3-story buildings. Most of the 3-story buildings are internal to the site. They're not adjacent to existing structures. Although, in fact, it would be a bit difficult for us to be really adjacent to things because we have the railroad track to the north of us. We have an industrial building to the west of us. Have an RV park to the south. We aren't close to a lot of stuff. We're not close to existing residential. So I think impacts are fairly minimal in that regard. Certainly there have been questions from Verdi residents about is 3 stories appropriate? How visible will it be? I went out to the River Oak subdivision. It's across the river, north of our site, north and a bit west. I think honestly, it's going to be difficult for them to see a lot of our project. They'll probably see one or two of the north end buildings. We're about 1,300 feet away and quite a great separation. Equally importantly is that when looking from the River Oaks area, you're looking at a lot of mature vegetation along the river, along both sides of the river. So that will do a good job of screening any view impacts. And frankly, it's a long ways away. So the planning environment, I think we're all familiar with the housing needs of the area. We need housing options and workforce housing. The site is surrounded by a mix of uses and zoning. I think it's appropriate to put multifamily in that mix of uses. We're separated from existing neighborhoods. Surrounding properties are already developed with roads and utilities. There's quite a bit of development in the area, including Cabela's, Boomtown Casino, industrial property, railroad track, and we're zoned for this use. The project matches the site zoning. I also should have added on this slide that we're an infill project. We're surrounded by city development. We're surrounded by city property. There are projects to the west of us that have been approved that are certainly further away from city services than we are. So I think this certainly qualifies as an infill site, and by that standard, it supports many of the master plan policies. Should also point out that Cabela's Drive is an arterial street, so we're putting density on an arterial street, which I think is always appropriate. Here's the cut and fill map. This is part of the SUP request. The site roughly balances. We're not aggressively grading the site. You know, we could have cut deeper and lowered the walls on the east and north end. That would have increased the wall at the south end. We could have filled the site and eliminated the wall at the south end and added walls elsewhere. So I think our current plan balances that. We have moderate wall heights and we have moderate fill areas. So I think we're sort of right down the middle of not having an overly aggressive plan. I think it balances the overall needs of the site. And I think that's somewhat proven by one, that the site balances. We don't have to bring in a lot of dirt. And two, we retain the natural drainage of the property. Right now it drains sort of slowly to the north and northeast, and that's retained with this project. So we have plenty of room to detain water on site and to keep that natural flow, and eventually down to the river, obviously, is where it's all headed. That's a slope map. That green says that it's mostly moderate slopes. We're not a hillside project. Some of those steeper sections, those little slivers of red and yellow in the middle of the site, that's from some previous grading. There's fill piles and graded flat spots, and I think some utility sheds were put on some of those sites, and those sites where those spots were graded flat. So it's not necessarily a natural site and not natural slopes. I suspect there was some grading that created some of that steeper slope on the east side, but some of that steep slope is natural as well. But for the most part, we don't have a lot of steep slopes to deal with. Here's a photo simulation looking from the north. So this is roughly looking from West Meadows, looking south from West Meadows. So you can see the large industrial buildings to the right of the image. Our project are the brownish buildings to sort of left center of the image. So that's looking at the north edge of the property, looking across the river and the railroad tracks. I think this is a more prominent view. This is looking from Old Highway 40. So you're looking west. So you're standing east of the project, looking west. The important thing to note is that if we were to remove our buildings, which are centrally located in this image, if we were to remove those, you'd be looking at the wall of the warehouse complex. So we're not obscuring a view of the mountains. We're obscuring a view of a warehouse. So I think that's a trade-off I'm comfortable with. Project impacts. People driving to the site don't need to go through an existing neighborhood. You can get there straight from the freeway from Cabela's Drive. We're not adjacent to homes. Washoe County School District has reviewed the project and is planning increased capacity in the Verdi area. They sent a letter stating that they're aware of impacts in the area. They've studied all the development in the area that's approved and proposed, and they're planning accordingly using increased tax money that is flowing to them based on a recent increase. Also note that the school district generally assigns a low student generation rate to multifamily housing. We got a letter from them a year ago. They looked at our project specifically. They estimated only 11 students would be generated by the project. I agree that sounds like a low number, but that's based on their generation rates, so I can't claim to know better than they do. Surrounding properties are commercial warehouses, K-Lake campground. There's casino zoning nearby. These sites are all developed with roads and utilities, so I think we're going to fit in well with that. The services are there. The project's been heavily reviewed. We went to the NAB in September of last year, went to the CAB in September of last year. We recently had a phone conference with several Verdi and Somerset residents. These were people that, what happened was I sent an email to Carly Borchardt in Verdi. She's very active. Just tipped her off, said, hey, we're coming up on an agenda. Be happy to answer questions. She organized a few people that were interested in talking, and we just went over the project with them. Gave them the latest update on where we were and some of the small changes we made to the grading. I'm not sure if they're here to comment, but I could elaborate on that as needed. And then tonight's Planning Commission hearing. I'd also like to point out, you can see the year-long gap in there in some of this work. What happened was, I think we all know that there was a lot of development proposed or in the pipeline for Verdi. The city asked that there be some comprehensive work, some look at comprehensive traffic impacts, comprehensive school impacts. So that's what happened. That accounts for that slowdown. We didn't have total control over that traffic work. We were part of it, but we couldn't control the speed of that. So it took some time to get all that done, get that coordination done. But I think we've come out of it with better data. We've got comprehensive data on recommended road upgrades for the area and such. So I think we're now in a better planning position to move ahead with an approval of something like this. Final note, it's a local developer, knows the market, local architect, track record of successful projects. I think that they're well prepared to manage the project and to move forward and to build a good project. So that's all I have prepared. I can answer questions at the appropriate time. Thanks.
Thank you, Derek. Michelle, do we have a presentation from staff?
Yes, we have Nathan on the line. Derek, can you, there, thank you. Nathan, are you ready to do your presentation? Can you hear us? You're muted. Nathan, hang on just a second. Hang on, we are having technical difficulties, so if you could just stand by for just one moment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready to do
Wonderful,
your
thank you.
presentation?
Appreciate that. Yes, absolutely. I'm ready when you're ready to pull that
Oh,
up,
do you
Michelle.
need us to pull it up for you? Okay, just one moment, please.
Yes, please. I'm sorry, I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, we can see it right here. We're still trying to bring it up. Just one moment. Okay, Nathan, just
Great.
cue us when you're ready to switch the screens.
Okay, appreciate that. Apologies to the commission for the delay. I'll be brief. Derek did a thorough presentation. I just want to highlight some key staff issues for the site. Next slide, please. Okay, as Derek mentioned, it's a 10.75 acre site. The Mortensen-Garson Overlay District, the MGOD as we call it, specifically calls this out for 242 multifamily units. That's a number on the map. So it's a little slightly higher density than would normally be allocated for the MF14. That's a provision that's always been in the overlay district for this location. The MGOT also allows for 3-story multifamily product that's specific to this area. So those are two sort of variations to the standard MF14 that the MGOT calls out and always has. This project has been in review with staff for slightly over a year, which has allowed us the opportunity to kind of collectively look at the greater Verdi area with the projects you're all familiar with, to look at the infrastructure needs, particularly traffic needs, comprehensively. Next slide, please. I just wanted to highlight some of the conditions. As Derek mentioned, the team has been very supportive in working with staff concerns. We felt the retaining walls were a bit excessive at first, and some other issues of compatibility with the existing campground. We have an odd situation that we have residential coming in. Residential adjacency has already been done with the Dermody warehouses and the manufacturing to the west, and so we felt like some enhanced buffering would be warranted given the 24-hour operations of those industrial uses. And specifically condition 5, and they've illustrated the berm, but just an enhanced berm to buffer that truck activity, as there is truck access that would potentially have impacts to the new community. Condition number 6 is an enhanced 10-foot buffer and a solid wall on the south, and specifically limiting 2-story height restrictions as noted on the plan. And that was requested by the campground manager and property owner. Condition number 9 is dark sky lighting. Now that's a standard throughout the Mortensen-Garson overlay, but specifically this adds spillover lighting, restricts spillover lighting to the north, east, and south to ensure that the dark skies are preserved in that area. This is high profile up on the bluff. And condition number 11 with decorative retaining walls with anti-graffiti coating. Again, this is a high profile. We felt like that was an important addition to make sure that we don't, create a potential nuisance there, so that graffiti could be readily removed. As far as public comment, we did receive six comments for the record. Issues of concern related to traffic impacts, and particularly on South Verdi Road. Paul Salegi with Salegi Engineers is available to answer specific questions as he's done the traffic study for this project and the greater collective area in the Verdi, as well as police and fire service provisions and containment of site lighting and maintaining dark skies. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Nathan. Okay, can we bring it back to the Commission for Disclosures? Commissioner Olivas?
Commissioner Levis, I visited the site and received email.
Commissioner Johnson?
Commissioner Johnson, I previously visited the site and received and read several emails.
Commissioner Marshall?
Same disclosures for me.
Commissioner Munoz?
Same disclosures.
Commissioner Velto?
Same disclosures. I also corresponded with some people in opposition.
Commissioner Taylor, I received several emails and visited the site. This is a public hearing, and Michelle, we have received public comment for the record. Correct me if I'm wrong, but everything received before was entered into the record, and everything after 5:30 will be added. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I guess as much as we can close public comment, we're closing public comment, and we'll bring it back to the commission for questions of either the applicant or staff. Who would like to start? No questions? Are you ready for a motion?
All right, actually, I'm trying to get to my paperwork here. Commissioner Munoz, real quick. I going through all the emails and talking to someone that is in opposition to the thing and to the project. One of the issues with the bridge that crosses over I-80, it seems like most of the opposition was to traffic and how that was going to affect the area. Now I know the report said that there wasn't going to be any major impacts. Is there a way you can kind of go into a little bit of detail about that?
Is your question for staff or the applicant?
Or Paul, for the traffic.
Okay.
Well, good evening. I'm Paul Salegi, and I prepared the traffic report for this project, for this apartment project, and also did the cumulative study where we looked at, all of the other residential, even the Santerra. So we've looked at full build out with all known projects. Apparently, the truck stop or the Boomtown has come forward with an application since that was not included in my cumulative study, but the vast majority of the uses have been addressed. What we found was that, first of all, this area has a higher level of service standard. Level of service C is the policy level of service. And our work with the cumulative projects, all at build out, was that we were able to, with recommendations on that Meridian 120, able to provide policy level of service for all of the scenarios out to 2040. So we have extensive cumulative analysis, and we're meeting level of service policy at all of the key intersections. And so it was an exhaustive amount of work, and the findings were clean in terms of traffic results.
Thank you. And then one question for Nathan. As far as the buildings that are going to be seen towards the north, from what I'm looking at, it looks like 7 buildings total, and all of those are 2 stories. Some of the concern was visibility, but like I believe you already covered, you said that the only thing that's going to really be blocking is the warehouses there from that lower area. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, Derek Wilson mentioned that, and we did ask for a photo simulation just to help, present that to the greater community and the commission, just like conceptual renderings. The maximum height is still 35 feet. It does allow for a 3-story product, but it's still comprehensively capped at a 35-foot product. So there are some 3 stories along the bluffs. They're not all entirely internal.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Velto, I have a few questions, if that's okay. Thank you. I guess my first questions are for you, Nathan. There was an email that was sent that specifically called out the response time for both RPD and RFD. They indicated that there was a difference in on this report compared to a prior report for a project, excuse me, a project that was also in Verdi, and for some reason that project was deemed have insufficient response time, whereas this project does have sufficient response time. Can you kind of weigh in on, I understand that RPD submitted a form saying that they'll be able to respond, but is there anything different between this project and some of the other projects in the Verdi area where RPD and RFD have signed off?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner Velto. There is a difference. The Meridian 3 and 4 projects to the south, it really is a geographic base, and if Trey Palmer wants to jump in, Trey, feel free. But some of the projects in the MGOD overlay are farther response time. This met the criteria. It wasn't subject to the same impact fee sort of conditions of approval that some of the other projects were, and that's based on its geographic location.
Okay, that makes sense. I also want to. Has there been any change in the development of kind of water access in the area? Is there any update on whether Tumwall will be able to serve? Any, just in general, update on that?
Absolutely, and that was one of the reasons we encouraged the application to just pause a little bit so that Tumwa could continue to flesh out their projects. You'll notice that the conditions of approval for time limits to pull permits is slightly longer than normal at 24 months, and that's to ensure that Tumwa's scheduled work, which should be done by spring of, I believe, next year, would have time, and that would provide a redundant source of water with Tumwa service to the site.
Thank you, and I think I know the answer to this question. I just want to be sure. Hypothetically, come time for where the project's getting close to the end and Tumwa's not able to serve, what's the outcome? Because I think that's part of the concern by people that are in opposition.
Tumwa is the water purveyor, and they would have to provide a will-serve letter in order for the project to move forward.
Okay, thank you so much, Nathan.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I wanted to piggyback onto one of Commissioner Velto's questions, but my unmute finger wasn't fast enough. The fire response time I see is 7 minutes. Nathan, does that mean there's no requirement for sprinklers in the project?
You know, I don't know that offhand. They'd have to meet fire code, and Trey, maybe you can jump in if that would trigger the, I believe it requires sprinklers anyway. Can you answer that?
Yes, Commissioner Johnson, this is Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal for the record. Yes, there's two items that require or that push fire sprinklers into the requirement for this project. The main requirement comes from outside of 6-minute response time. Anything outside 6 minutes requires fire sprinklers. So yes, this project would require fire sprinklers. The other stipulation is that once you go 3 stories or more, well, actually there's 3. So 3 stories or more requires fire sprinklers, and multifamily requires fire sprinklers. So fire sprinklers are required for this project. And we would also require proper water protection and supply before we would allow this to move forward in the building side. Okay.
Thank you, Trey. I knew there was something in here that made me think that sprinklers were required. I just didn't see it in the proposal. And then, Madam Chair, I got a couple of additional questions. I guess the next one is for Derek, and I may need a little help visually with this one. I'm hoping for a little explanation on the entrance off of basically the south entrance into the site and how that's working traffic-wise with the sort of the I guess that's the acute intersection there between Garson Road, or that you're coming off on, and Cabela's. It looks like there's a stop bar shown. I'm just trying to understand how that circulation is anticipated, is that going to be an entrance point, or is that emergency access only, exit only? How's that being looked at?
Paul, could you speak on how you modeled that? I think we modeled that as a full driveway.
Yes, this is Paul Salegi. We modeled both the north project access and the south project access as full movement accesses, and the south driveway does align with the warehouse driveway. So that would be, the south driveway would be a 4-leg access point with 4 approaches.
Okay, and that's an existing road that's not, so there's a roadway there that's then used to access the project. So the stop bar, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is where's the stop bar coming off of the project? Is it all the way out at the road, the intersection with Cabela's?
Yes, I would anticipate it would be out at the road. You know, it's crossing some adjacent property, but the traffic control is needed out at the street, so the traffic control would be there at the intersection.
Okay, and then that thankfully led into my next question for Nathan, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't there a small sliver of industrial parcel that's there that's not built out, that this is basically, I can't tell if it's a easement or a road. It's a little unclear here.
Yes, there's the remainder of the parcel's zoning in that area is a little hodgepodge. In all likelihood, the zoning would be revisited in the future. But yes, there is. I couldn't speak on the viability of actually developing it, but there is some remaining industrial.
Okay, but there's no issue from the city standpoint in terms of the viability of that as an access point to Cabela Drive for this project?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then, again, Madam Chair, one more question with respect to, I guess, from the school standpoint, and I'm not sure, Derek, you might be able to answer this. I guess my question is, now that there's some development, I guess, in Meridian 1 and 2, is there school district bus service in this area that goes to Verdi Elementary School? And if so, what's the route that the buses take?
That wasn't identified in the response letter we were given, well, in the 2 response letters we have from the school. I assume that there will be bus service. I also assume that the school district knows how to route their buses safely. Their initial response to us, when they modeled our project in isolation, it only triggered those 11 students, and that issue just didn't come up. I have to assume with the other development in the area, they are planning bus service, but I can't speak to the exact routes they're planning.
Okay, and the reason for that question, I think, also goes back to some of the concerns that were raised by the public about the use of South Verdi Road and the slope and the narrowness of that. So I'm just trying to figure out if I'm assuming this isn't in isolation up here, that it would be tied into another development in order to maybe minimize that traffic, because it sounds like the model doesn't show traffic using that road. Is that, and I guess, sorry, I'll phrase that in the form of a question, Paul. The model and the response that we got was saying that the South Verdi Road was not something that was going to be used by any percentage of the people at this facility?
That's correct. We ended up showing no trip assignment down South Verdi Road from this project, and that had been the case over the years. I've done many studies out in this area, and there's just a very small volume of traffic that uses that road each day. And you know, you'd think that maybe like some of the Blue Heron people would go to school and drive that South Verdi Road, or people from Verdi would come to Boomtown for entertainment or whatever. But historically, and continuing with the counts that we did for this, the volume of traffic driving that South Verdi Road is very, very small. So we anticipated that that same trend would continue, and it wasn't enough to have really a measurable volume from this project. And so we continued with that assignment and feel like it's supported by the existing count data.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Madam Chair, no further questions.
Commissioner Johnson, do we have some other questions? So I have a couple, and bear with me because I'm trying to go off of the public comment that we received via email to try and answer some of those questions. I believe that we have addressed the response time, the buffering questions, the public safety questions, services questions. My one question, and this is for the applicant, and Paul, feel free to answer. Was there an NDOT study, or Nathan, I didn't see comments back from NDOT in our packet.
We did forward this to NDOT last year when this was received. We did not receive any specific comments from them on this project. And Paul, I would defer to you as you know how freeway infrastructure played into your work.
This is Paul again, Paul Salegi. And on this project, we did not get comments from NDOT. However, that MGOD study that we did in December of 2019 included all of those conglomerated parcels, including this apartment project. NDOT responded extensively there and participated in the establishment of the conditions. And so I think the issue had been established, and the needed work at there was some work that they were conditioned to do work on in the future years on the South Ramp intersection. So those things had all been hammered out when the big project did their conglomerated study. So having heard nothing more, I assumed that the issue had been considered addressed or resolved.
So
that's an assumption. I have no firm response from NDOT, however.
Okay, so the MGOD 2019, that included all of the development within the surrounding areas, including this apartment complex or proposed apartment complex?
That's correct. Yes, it included all of the other known projects that were coming forward, and this apartment project was included in that conglomerated study.
And there weren't any concerns about widening the off-ramp, on-ramp, or the bridge, or any of the roads to get there?
They had conditions of that. The eastbound ramp intersection needed some work. And so with the roadway to the south and the treatment of the intersection, they have some conditions there. But those are primarily driven by the large amount of development there to the south of the freeway that, you know, really hasn't come yet. And so they have firm conditions to take care of that work. And our work for an existing plus project scenario showed still acceptable operation for this apartment project.
Thank you. And then my last question, what coordination will happen with NDOT or the county on those as this goes into build mode? Nathan?
Commissioner Taylor, I'm not sure I understand when you say coordination, when this goes into build mode. What
further coordination will have to happen with the partner traffic agencies, NDOT, before this starts building? Because what I'm hearing is NDOT didn't make any comments on this, but there isn't any more data based on or after that MGOD 2019 study. So do you have to have any more coordination with them, I guess is what I'm asking, before you go to construction?
I think I defer to Mike Michelle on that. We coordinate with all applicable agencies, adhere to all applicable codes when we go through the building permit process. I don't believe that there would be any specific coordination with NDOT regarding access, but I'll defer to Mike on that.
Mike is here, if you can hear.
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mike. Mike Michelle, engineering manager. There would be no further coordination with NDOT required.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, I have questions.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Marshall, didn't see you over there.
Hi.
I'll let you go first.
First couple questions for Paul, just so that I understand. I think you already gave this answer to Commissioner Johnson's question, but, you know, particularly noticing that this project looks like principal exit and entrance is very close to South Verdi Road. You're not anticipating any additional traffic utilizing South Verdi? It's all left-hand out and right-hand in?
Yes, this is Paul Salegi. Yes, that is, we felt that with the very small historic trends of traffic on South Verdi Road, and as the area has built out, you know, housing built out in the Meridian projects off on the north side of the freeway to the west, the housing from Blue Heron and others, they're just not attracting any significant volume. The volumes are very low there. And so we think that trend would continue, and it was not enough to justify a trip assignment that direction. As I've driven the road, that South Verdi Road, a very small, very narrow, very substandard roadway. And so the fact that it's such a little road and that nobody really uses it, a very, very small volume is found to use it, we felt like statistically it didn't justify an assignment.
And that's true for the remaining, all of the remaining development in the MGOD area, that no other development is you're gonna assign trips to South Verdi Road?
That's correct. The big combined study did not show traffic on South Verdi Road either.
Thank you, Paul. Let's see here. I think, this is a question for staff. Just in terms of the counting of units, the accounting of units. So this is 242. How many do we have already assigned out of the total? I think it's 3,324 for MGOD. Do we have?
Thanks, Commissioner. This is Nathan Gilbert. You know, I don't know the exact number. It's specific to the planning area, and given the build out of Meridian 120 North and the other residential uses with this 242. You know, I don't want to give a specific number, but there was a, you know, somewhere around 10 to my recollection units remaining. So this would generally tap out the residential capacity for this planning unit.
I'm sorry, when you say this planning unit, what are you referring to?
The Mortensen Garson Overlay District identifies 3 planning areas. And in this planning area, and it also assigns a certain amount of residential units per planning area.
And do you know of the remaining capacity in the other 2 units?
I can't speak to that offhand.
This is Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. I think we're about 1,500 units left overall within the MGOD. I think we're about.
Sorry, you're very.
Sorry about that.
1,500?
I think we're about 1,500 units left within MGOD once we take out everything that's been approved.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Olivas, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, Commissioner Olivas, this question I think is for Derek, and it came up as far as the view from across the river to the north, and that was some good demonstrations. I guess my question is about the landscaping and the trees around the north side, and I guess even the east side of the property. How would you describe those as size, and getting to how long is it going to take for them to help everything blend in? And I say that because on my drive back, there were some apartments at the northwest corner of McCarran and I-80. Those are about 25 years ago, but the trees have grown to where it really softens up the edges of the views.
Yeah. Well, the city has standard sizes for plant materials, so we would have to meet or exceed that. But yeah, certainly it's going to take a few years for that to totally fill in. Part of the story is that between our property and the houses to the north, there's quite a bit of substantial vegetation, you know, quite tall trees. So it's not a, it's more grown up than a lot of sort of sagebrush country around here. But yeah, certainly we're gonna put city standard trees in there, probably a mix of evergreen and deciduous. So the evergreens would start providing some visual screening immediately.
Thank you, Commissioner Olivas. Any other questions? You know, some discussion? Who'd like to get us started with discussion? Or a motion?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I just have a couple of comments that I've been wandering through as I've been looking at this. I guess the first question or the comment that comes into mind when I look at this was with respect to finding A, which is talking about compatibility with the existing surrounding land uses. Because as was pointed out by both the applicant and staff, this seems to be quite the hodgepodge of uses here. And I guess the question that I have in looking at it, and it didn't come up as a comment because I think it's just stated in the MGOD, but I think in a normal situation, this seems like an island of zoning that we would question as a multifamily unit, basically next to a railroad track, next to an industrial space, next to a hotel casino essentially. The concern that I have is that we're looking at a project that to me seems to be an island of multifamily, a long way from most of our services that's going to require quite a bit of service, potentially above and beyond what's out there. The concern that I have, though, is that is what the MGOD indicates is supposed to go there. So I'm throwing this out there for discussion, and maybe it's a moot point even from staff standpoint, but it seems to me like we're looking at a project that was given a zoning as a part of the agreement that seems a little incongruous with the area that's around there. I do appreciate the conversations and the questions about the services. I think traffic is one that has been raised substantially out here, and I believe the bigger projects have addressed it, and I don't think that what we're looking at here is going to be changing that in any way, shape, or form compared to the larger quantities we're looking at there. So those were the two findings, A and C, that I was questioning at the beginning of this, and I'm still struggling to make finding A, but it's more a result of just trying to understand how we got to this point with the zoning in that particular location. So again, it's discussion, so I'm just throwing out the things that are rattling through my brain. I'm not prepared yet to make a motion. I'd like to let some other discussion occur if that's the case. So thank you.
Yeah. Commissioner Olivas, I'll follow on that. Yeah, this seemed odd, and it seemed like an island being put in there, but it's clearly been envisioned something of this use almost exactly from when the MGOD came into effect. It's surprising to me that it went that far back, but it almost fits it exactly as envisioned. As far as services, that is a concern. I think that that'll be softened up a little bit with that recent project a few meetings ago that came before us. There's going to be some additional retail places up by the gas station. There is a gas station, so may not be ideal, and hopefully more services and come along with some of the other additional development to the south. So I think that softens it, and in the light that it's almost exactly what was probably envisioned years ago, it seems like a good fit.
Commissioner Munoz, I'm kind of the same frame of mind as Commissioner Olivas. This does kind of seem like an island, but with all the building that's been going on out there for the last 2.5 years, 3 years or so, and all the new houses coming in, that kind of alleviates my concerns for services, for fire, police. It seems like the water is being sorted out now. The schools, it's already being taken care of through the voting we did a couple years ago. So it seems like, yeah, this is kind of a weird area, but it actually fits. It fits all the puzzle pieces for me. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Belto, I'll weigh in briefly. I don't want to be repetitive. I largely agree with what the previous commissioners have said. Finding A is kind of difficult in a sense that it doesn't appear compatible, but given that the MGOD reached an agreement, it's almost compatibility by agreement. And I think that that's an important way that we need to look at that element, or look at that finding, is kind of understand what was intended and what the agreement was that created this this zoning. So it's a little easier for me to find that finding A is satisfied. As far as traffic goes, I feel like, you know, Commissioner Johnson hits the nail on the head on this. We've talked about this extensively in that area, and I too was convinced during the bigger projects, and I've always appreciated Paul's input and his explanation as to what is sufficient in that area. So I can make that finding, and I feel like I could make the rest of the findings. So that's also where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Belto. Commissioner Marshall?
Thank you. I'll just chime in my usual. You know, I've expressed my concerns about development out in Verdi and on almost all these projects that we get. I can't make finding C, and it's more based on not so much that there's provisions for the actual structure of services, so school buildings and fire stations, and you know, for, at least for those services. But we don't have a plan in place for actually making those functional. So we have no funding for teachers. We have no funding. I mean, you know, for the whole scenario, we're looking at a new elementary school, 8 classrooms for middle schools, 10 high school classrooms, without any sort of plan in place that will actually guarantee that those will be functional. Not even guarantee, even just a plan. We'll just have to, when we get to that point, have to assume that somebody's going to pay for it. And I don't find that to be consistent with our master plan in terms of actually providing services as opposed to just the shell for those services. I do have I share some concerns about the finding A, the compatibility. Commissioner Belto, I must probably disagree a little bit on compatibility by agreement, because then we would make any compatibility finding based on zoning, so it would collapse those two findings. So I think we still have to make the compatibility findings based on the facts presented to us. And it seems, you know, in some ways, this multifamily, major multifamily development is no different from where we see a lot of other multifamilies pressed up against freeways, and where leftover areas where it's not as profitable to do single family areas. So it's a little, I think on another day I'd talk about environmental justice, but I'm not certain that this one is the one to talk about it on.
We appreciate that.
Anything to say less. And then I'm very concerned about South Verdi Road. I ride that on my bicycle a lot. It is as Paul said, it is a really small road. It is, I don't even think it has a center lane for the majority of it. It is located on the side of that bluff. And it becomes while, Paul, I understand you didn't assign any trips there for any development, any of the 3,000 plus units that are out there. That that doesn't strike me as reasonable. And I think in particular because of it's one of the few alternate routes. If something, you know, if there's any kind of backup, if there's any kind of weather conditions, then that's where people are going to go, particularly out of this development. I don't think that road can handle it. But those are my significant concerns. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. I was out there, probably like all of you guys were, and I sat there and I watched the traffic and I looked at what was going on and the different kind of uses and the trucks that were going on. And, you know, I saw haul trucks on Old Bird Eye Road, not very many of them. And then there'd be nothing. And then almost during the peak times when people exited the industrial, they all went towards I-80 on that main road. And I was having problems with the traffic finding, but you know, seeing that the MGOT's traffic study was done in 2019 and NDOT's reviewed it. My only comment is I think the Boomtown Garson Road and the Cumbella Drive Road, that intersection is a fantastic intersection and it works really well. And it's appropriate for what's being out there. So in my mind, and I'm not an engineer and I'm not a traffic engineer, at some point there's going to have to be some improvements further south. And I don't know when that happens, but it sounds like it's not right now. And the improvements planned are for the eastbound, maybe on and off ramps on I-80. But NDOT did look at this, and we have our traffic engineering folks here who support this, and I can support this project. That was my biggest concern, was the traffic. Other discussion?
This is Commissioner Velto. I just want to say I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Marshall, about I agree with you. Compatibility by agreement is not something that I would universally apply. I think it's a little distinct when we have a settlement agreement based on negotiations between the city and the developer that resulted in something. It's almost as if as part of our role as representatives of the city is to ensure compliance with that agreement. But I totally respect your opinion and understand that that distinction you're making, and I'm not going to try to carry compatibility as by agreement into future findings. Other than that, I'm prepared to make a motion unless there's more discussion.
Please do.
1 second. It's been a while since I've made a motion, so give me a second. In case number LDC 20000011, based on compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to the conditions.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Munoz, I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Munoz. We have a motion and a second. Michelle, will you do a roll call?
Yes, I will. Okay.
Or was there any further discussion? Sorry. Okay.
No discussion? Okay.
No discussion.
Commissioner Marshall. I can't hear you. You're muted.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute. My apologies. No.
Mark Johnson?
No.
Arthur Munoz?
Yes.
Paul Olivas?
Yes.
Alex Felto?
Yes.
And Kathleen Taylor?
Yes.
So we have 4-2 and 1 absent in favor.
So the motion carries. Thank you so much. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Give everyone a second to clear off and we'll move on to 5.2. Okay, agenda item 5.2, case number LDC 20000059, Charlin's PUD Planning Unit 9 Amendment. Michelle, we have a presentation from the applicant.
We do. John Krompotek, are you on the line? Can you hear us? You just muted. John?
Can we bring John in for remedial training?
John?
John, can we, or Angela, can we have him go to chambers and stay 6 feet away from you?
John, it looks like on our end you are muted. I think he's going to try and leave and come back in.
Okay.
There,
Yes.
now you're back.
There
I
he
see
is.
you. We just can't hear you.
John, can you hear us? It looks like you're still on mute. John, you're on mute.
Can't hear you.
I don't know if he can hear us.
John, raise your hand if you can hear us.
Okay,
We can't
cannot
hear you.
No. John, can you say something? No, we can't hear you. I see your lips moving, but we can't hear you. On our end, it shows that you do not have an audio device connected. Madam Chair, can we take a quick break?
Absolutely.
Okay, maybe resume in 5
5
minutes. Yeah. Okay, we'll resume
everybody, let's take a break
at
for
7:13. Unmute on your phone.
Can you hear me now?
Yay! Okay.
Wow. This is. Are we good? Can you hear me?
Yes, we're going to resume the meeting now.
That sounds normal. Okay, thank you. Brody just texted me. Brody Glenn, who's the applicant and developer. He has not been. He says, "Can you please tell them to let me in?" He just texted me. So, oh, hold on. Did he get in? Then he texted me afterward and said, "I am on." No, ask them to let me in. He registered for this. I sent him your email that requires registration. I told him you have to register. Say again. There he is. He's in. Okay. I think we're good. Thank you.
I don't want to interrupt John in case he loses his voice again.
John, you
I
have
think we're
15
fine.
minutes to do your presentation. I'm going to start the timer.
Okay. Thank you very much. Commissioners, good evening. John Krompatic with KLS Planning, representing the applicant and developer, Brody Glenn, who is also with me this evening. He's going to be part of the presentation. I'd like to start just as a reminder with the commission, going back to, well, back in July 15th, we were in front of the commission and we requested continuance to go to work with the neighborhood. So we, and the key issues here, we noticed 230 properties, that's the 750-foot radius, exactly what the city does and they're noticing. Hosted a community meeting last Monday. You may recall that right around the meeting date on July 15th, there were about 15 or 20 emails that staff got, sent them to the commission, sent them to us. So we felt some responsibility to deal with this. We hosted the meeting last week, noted in the letter signed by myself, an introduction to the project, and then also by Brody Glenn, that we would take text messages, emails, phone calls, and Zoom meeting. And I note that because I was surprised. I've done many of these over the years, and we had 3 people join the meeting, and then I had 1 voicemail message that was received. The summary of issues from those people that participated, they are primarily the landscaping, understanding the density and the nature or the type, species of trees and sizes, the 6-foot sound wall, clarification on the height of the building, 24 foot. And then the use was expressed as a concern. And that pretty much covered it. And then I guess there was a little bit discussion on lighting as well. So the key issues, as we see them, are that noticing process and hosting the Zoom meeting. The residential adjacency is the core issue, and the question remains: what is the reasonable use for the site while ensuring residential compatibility? And then probably the key issue has been building height specifically. The proposed use meets the approved height of 24 feet for the PUD. The building is proposed as 24 feet. This requests 2 stories. Note in my comments here, the PUD limits offices to 1 story on this site. It is silent on stories for any other use. So this is a PUD amendment to allow for the indoor storage and related development standards, as I summarized. Key issues I touched on. There is the site at the intersection of Robb and Charlins. The site has its challenges, as you can see in its geometric configuration. There's really,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We don't see a presentation, I don't think. Is there?
Say again?
Is it just me or can we see not see a presentation?
No, John, you need to share your screen. There you go.
Is that better? Can you see that?
Yep.
Are you okay?
You're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Big difference.
Okay, let's start this section again. PUD, this is a request for a PUD amendment to Planning Unit 9, the 2.17 acre site with development related standards. All those standards are, of course, tied to the primary request, which is to allow for the indoor climate controlled storage. The applicant team is Brody Glenn, who's on the call this evening, and myself. I went through this slide when you guys didn't see it, but I'll share it again so you can hear it and see it. We noticed the 230 properties and hosted the community meeting. I gave you the summary of those. Residential age agency is the fundamental core issue in my professional opinion, and we've learned that from staff and also from the community. And then building height specifically, it meets the approved height of 24 feet. 24 feet is also proposed for the building that allows for this request includes 2 stories. Note the PUD limits offices to 1 story on the site. It is silent for any other use. There is the site plan. I was touching on some of the challenges. You know, this PUD has been around for 30 years. And you say, why? Well, the site has some challenges in its shape and its access control. We are limited to right-in, right-out access on Robb Drive and also on Charlins Avenue. That's for obvious reasons because you have medians there that are right near a signalized intersection. So what this applicant has proposed is a low traffic generator that generates 11 AM peak hour trips and 18 PM peak hour trips, which, you know, under any threshold does not warrant any further study. So key parts of the site is kind of the fat part of the site. You can see where the building is. We put in the new meandering sidewalk. The key thing, really 2 elements from the PUD that are specific to this plan are the 20-foot wide buffer with all evergreen trees in there, and then also the 6-foot sound wall that replaces the fences back there adjacent to the single family. So again, right in, right out, and on both arterial streets. Here is some elevations I'd like to share. This is my first experience with seeing indoor climate controlled storage in the city of Reno. So there is the north elevation that is facing the residential, the west elevation on the lower part of the screen. Important point to note here for residential compatibility, improving and demonstrating that, is that the cars will back into a loading area that's enclosed in the building and then unload their vehicle that will then lead to, you know, running to their storage unit. That's how that operates. There's a perspective from the south that's really from the intersection of Charlins and Robb at the traffic light there. The idea is to show something that looks more office-like and that is contained in a 24-foot height demonstration. Why is this a good use for the property? The questions that we're putting out there to be completely open in this process is number one, the storage proposal is on the low end of intensity with respect to noise, lights, traffic, and parking. You know about the traffic. We had a traffic study letter done by Mr. Salegi. Again, we're way below any threshold to do any further study. Lights contained to the site, obviously we do that routinely in our development standards today. The parking is 0.11 spaces per 1,000 square feet. It's very low, and it's obvious if any of you have had the occasion to do storage, you know that you usually move in and you move out. There's not a lot of reason to go there otherwise. On item 2, the building setback is 52 feet. It helps with the adjacent residential, where the PUD handbook mandates a 48-foot separation from the residential. This does complete the city sidewalk connectivity on point 3 and the bus stops on Charlins Avenue and Robb Drive. Right now, people are walking on the dirt lot on both of those streets. The site makes good use of highly constrained access, both by way of its limited trip generation, and then also the spacing from the traffic light at Rob and Charlin's. Both are limited to right in, right out, as I mentioned. It helps to have a low intensity use on a site that close with weird configurations and medians to deal with. And it does meet all of the key PUD standards, including setback and the 20-foot landscape buffer. There's our PUD site, Charlin's planning unit number 9, just to show you the zoning and surrounding elements. I believe Brody Glenn wanted to weigh in on the presentation as well. Brody, you want to take it from here?
Yeah, just a quick comment is that we are very committed. We're from South Carolina, and I will say I was chair of the City of Greenville Planning Commission for a long time. So I appreciate y'all's time. I know how it is, and sometimes it can be a thankless job. So thank you for allowing us to present. But we're committed to Reno. Reno is a market that's underserved in the storage market. Our background is retail development, although we've done a lot of mixed-use development in our hometown. And what we've tried to do is really bring retail discipline to self-storage. And with this project, clearly there's residential adjacent, and it's how do we make this project as good as we can make it from day one. And that's why we decided from day one to do a custom building for this store, and then also to take the first floor below ground so that we could get the building as low as we could for the adjacency of the residential and also for the PUD. Also, when we were developing this prototype, this is a custom. Most of our stores, you actually pull your car through the building, so there's a 30-foot drive. The way this site is shaped, it was impossible to do that. So we created, as John mentioned, these 2 pull-ins that'll be 30 feet by 30 feet at a minimum. And there'll be a garage door there. People will pull in, the garage door will close behind them. And the part of that is a lot of different reasons we did that. It eliminates the gates. It eliminates any exterior storage or direct access to storage units. Security, lighting, and then also from a noise standpoint, it really eliminates any noise that could be going over the residential. So John did a great job presenting it once he finally got his sound working. And I appreciate y'all's time, and we're here to answer any questions.
So,
sorry.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry if we have more time. If you'd like, I'm not a guy that needs to be heard too much, but I would be glad to go into the summary of issues that we heard from the citizens, or I can wait for that in Q&A. And in terms of the standards, I didn't show them on the screen, but just so you know, because we said related standards, they are in your staff report. To summarize and make it focused, indoor storage is the use. That's the primary driver of the amendment of the standards. The parking rate, the height specificity on 2-story, not increasing the height, but leaving it, that is leaving it at 25 feet, but allowing 2 stories with a flat roof. Building access limits, the PUD is essentially a set of conditions as well. And we do have a limit on building access from 8:30 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. That's a neighborhood compatibility issue. And then the related exhibits in the site plan and the architecture are also folded into the PUD. So with that, I'll turn it over to the commission and staff. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, John. Nathan, we missed you. I think you're muted, Nathan.
John, could you pull your presentation down? Nathan, can you hear us?
All right. Thank you, Commissioners. Michelle, are we ready to go?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Commissioners. I'll be brief. I just want to piggyback on John's presentation. Staff generally concurs with the information presented. The site's been vacant for over 30 years. It was initially envisioned for professional office types of uses. It still allows for that. Several years ago, it was amended to allow for a 24-hour urgent care on the site, which is also still allowed. So this would be a bit of a departure. I, for one, have never seen one of these climate-controlled indoor storage facilities quite like this. So it would amend the PUD handbook to allow that, and subject to standards that John outlined. It maintains all of the existing residential adjacency criteria in the PUD handbook, including that 20-foot buffer, the 6-foot sound wall, large evergreen tree planting, and it does not significantly change the height. It maintains it at 24 feet. I think that the departure would be that the current standards require a pitched roof. So there's some modest changes in height, but it maintains the spirit and the actual number of 24-foot maximum height. As the applicant covered, the proposed operations are completely indoors, including vehicle loading and unloading, and the hours of operation are restricted as noted. Staff did receive about 40 comments of opposition initially when this came forward, with concerns generally expressed regarding the perceived industrial nature of the use and the high profile intersection. There were concerns about how this would be buffered and overall compatibility concerns. And as John mentioned, when they held the actual notice neighborhood meeting, they had 3 participants. I at staff had 1 resident call to discuss, but I did not receive any inquiries from the public to actually go over the request. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and we are available for any questions.
Great, thank you, Nathan. Commissioners, disclosures, Commissioner Olivas?
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site and read emails.
Thank you. Commissioner Munoz?
I've visited the site and also read the emails.
Commissioner Johnson?
Johnson previously visited the site, received and read several emails, and spoke to the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Marshall?
Commissioner Marshall, I'm familiar with the site and read the emails.
Commissioner Velto?
Commissioner Velto, the same.
Commissioner Taylor, I visited the site, read several emails, and previously talked with the applicant's representative. Michelle, we did receive, this is a public hearing, so we've received public comment, and that has been entered into the record. Is that correct?
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. So I guess that closes public comment, and we will bring it back to the commission for questions of the applicant or of staff.
Just, Madam Chair, sorry, just a point of order. Does that mean that there are no public commenters online or waiting, or how are we calling for that?
I'm going to let Angela lead us through that.
Yeah, we are still not doing live public comment. So any comments that have been submitted have been forwarded to you. That's any comment that came in either through voicemail or email or through an online form prior to 5 p.m. today have been forwarded. And Michelle, have we had any comments come in between 5 p.m. and now? Hold on just a minute.
Not on this item, no.
So we have not received any public comment
Yes.
beyond 5 p.m. today.
Actually, the report the public comment was updated at 5:35, so all public comment from that point forward has been sent to you.
I'm sorry, forgive me if this is just something different. So people can no longer speak to the commission live through the Zoom meeting or on via phone?
That's correct.
Yep,
all public comment has to be received through, they can call in and leave a voice message, and that voice message is transcribed and given to you guys through email. And so all of those messages have already been given to you guys. Anything that we got today before 5:30 p.m. was forwarded to the commission, and that's emails, voicemails, and then online public comment forms. But we are not
Is there
doing,
any way for anybody?
we do not have any live
any
public
way for-
comment.
Okay, so there's no way for an individual to respond to presentations or anything that's said during the applicant and staff presentation?
Any public comment that we receive during the Planning Commission meeting will be forwarded to the Planning Commission as well as the planner for the public record.
Afterwards or during? Should I be
During,
checking email, or
after,
how does that work?
All of the above. Any public comment that
Okay,
we
thank-
receive on this item will be entered.
I think I understand. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Munoz, did you have a question?
Yeah, Commissioner Munoz for John Kropotkin. When I visited the site, I noticed that there's a slope that runs from the street on Charlins down to the residences. And it's about from the height of the fences, it's roughly 6 feet. So is the 24-foot area that is measured going to be from the bottom of the fences next to the residences, or is it going to be 24 feet from the street edge? Because that's going to make quite a big difference in how that actually sits on the property.
Yes, it is. There is some cut. Brody, he has his own civil engineer working on this, and I don't want to misspeak anything. Do you have some facts to share with the commission, please?
Yeah, so as far as the grade goes, so what we're trying to get, the big two issues is trying to figure out how to get the access points to work and making sure that the building, we can get slopes, ADA, everything else. And so the building itself will basically, the finished floor elevation will be the middle of the slope, is where that will be. So as it rolls down, it will be at the middle. And so it'll be further underground, if you will, on the west side or on kind of the Charlin side. And then as you go down to Rob, it will come and we'll do architectural elevation so that you can't tell the difference.
Okay, so just to be clear, so we're going to be closer to and I think the residents, the complaints were, after going through all the meals, most of the people saw a 3-story building that was going to tower above and block their views, and it just wasn't going to be compatible with the neighborhood. So the 24 feet if we're going from their backyard or what their perception is, we're actually to be closer to 27, 28 feet.
Well, it depends on where they are. But the finished floor, so if you think, so the intersection itself is almost in the middle. And so that will really be the finished floor, just rough numbers. And so it'll be 24 feet. So it'll be a little less than 24 as it goes up. Obviously the slab will be level. And so as it goes up Charlins, the building will be flat. And as it goes down, it will be taller than that from a slope standpoint. And I can pull up a grading plan if you want me to.
Thank you.
Commissioner Munoz, also, can I try and take a response to your question? In some of the emails, I think people were just mistaken and misunderstood the request, because the site plan showed 3 stories. It's 1 full story down, 24-foot max height per the definition of height in our code. That's the way that works. And there is a bit of slope, and so you cut into the slope where appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, hang on.
Go ahead,
If I could just ask a quick question on that issue, I apologize, Madam Chair. Where do we measure slope from or height from? Is it lowest point of grade or midpoint or highest point? What's the
What I know is average grade. I think Nate, Angela, we have a commissioner who's an expert on that as well, but it's average grade, isn't it, when you have any slope? Isn't that the definition of building height?
Hi, this is Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. The elevation of the highest adjoining sidewalk or ground surface within a 5-foot horizontal distance of the exterior wall of the building is the official.
That's a slightly
definition.
different. Okay. Okay.
So how would that apply on the lower side? Would that mean that the 24 feet, where is that measured from on their proposal?
So Commissioners, Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. This is a proposed amendment to the PUD. So while we're coming up with, we have conceptual renderings and things of that nature, these are existing standards. And so the PUD, we're not looking at grading plans like we would if we were looking at a special use permit for a project. This is a handbook amendment, and the handbook does not go into that specificity currently, and the proposed amendment also does not.
No, I understand that. But my question is really more to, if we're approving the change, it's not unreasonable to ask, particularly for residential concerns about being adjacent to this residence, where on this site the height is going to be measured, if it in fact makes a significant difference between the low point and a high point.
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. That specificity could be a recommendation to add. That certainly could be something that could be put, identifying a specific measurement from finished floor as a recommendation as the PUD moves forward.
Thank you, Nathan. So can you just clarify something for me that is shifting a bit? So if this change were made to the PUD, what kind of approval process for the actual storage facility would there be?
Nathan Gilbert, this would be it. The PUD doesn't require any additional discretionary review. The standards listed here would be what carries forward at building permit. So if including the grading to ensure how that 24 feet is measured is something the commission would recommend carrying forward, that is something that certainly could be added here. It's just not currently in the handbook for any development that would occur here. But they are requesting to amend it, and that could be something recommended to be added.
We could easily pin that down if you wanted to, Commissioner Marshall, if I could weigh in real quick to try and help answer this. The worst case building height is going to be that portion of the building, right? That elevation of the building, north elevation nearest the properties. So if you defined it at that elevation, that would pin it down and hold the applicant to the worst case standard.
Thank you, John. Nathan, this is really is more of a question on, they've presented a building and a building design that is attempts to be sensitive to the adjacent neighborhood. How many of the, for that proposal, I guess my question is in particular the back or whatever the setback is from the adjacent, I don't know if that's in a triangular piece, if that's the back setback to pull the building forward and away from the neighbors. What is that also part in the PUD design, or is that something that would be we would have to add?
Nathan Gilbert, it's a corner lot, so that's actually a side setback, but the PUD already identifies the required buffering, which is that 20-foot minimum setback.
Thank you. And so the same thing with the sound wall?
Nathan Gilbert, yeah, that's correct. The sound wall, the 6-foot masonry sound wall, the evergreen, very prescriptive tree planting, that minimum 20-foot setback, that's an existing standard, and it's not being proposed to change.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall.
Commissioner Olivas, since we're talking height, looking at the renderings and the 3 corners of the triangle stick up above, so would that be where the 24 feet would be, or and the side, I guess the actual walls would be a little bit less? Is that accurate, and how much would that be?
Nathan Gilbert, so for a flat roof, the reference datum measured to the highest point of the coping of a flat roof or to the deck line, so it would be to that level.
The corners would be the 24 feet?
Correct.
Okay, so, and I'm just looking here, so it's a couple feet less than that along the length of the walls. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, Nathan, with the amendment that we're seeing here to the PUD, it appears the way this was presented, the renderings and the elevations, at least the way I'm reading this, they're actually included in the PUD amendment. Is that correct?
Nathan Gilbert, that's correct. They're conceptual renderings. It would have to be substantially in conformance with what's proposed.
Okay, so to the question that Commissioner Marshall was getting to, there's some standards that are here beyond just the text allowing this particular type of development. These standards have to be in substantial conformance to what's being presented here.
Nathan Gilbert, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then a follow-up, just because we haven't hit the height issue quite enough. From a code standpoint, I believe there's a height exception for decorative elements. So I believe the question that Commissioner Olivas was getting to was that there may be a determination at the building department level that the corner articulation is above and beyond because it's a minimal portion of the building. So I guess if there's, you know, a discussion or an appetite on the side of this commission to identify a specific requirement for that 24-foot height, I would want us to be very careful of how we word that to make sure that we're not, you know, if it's 24 feet to that highest point, I don't know if, and I'm going from memory here because I haven't submitted on this for a while, but I believe there is an exception there for articulation above the main level of the parapet.
Nathan Gilbert, sorry if I misunderstood the previous commissioner's question. Yeah, there are exceptions, certain exceptions, minimal exceptions for the decorative types of elements. And so if that's something that the commission would like to specify, you know, as a maximum for all elements at 24 feet, we could certainly carry that forward as well.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I just knew where the discussion seemed like it was going. I wanted to make sure we were clear on what was happening there.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
Madam Chair, no further questions.
Commissioner Olivas, thanks for the clarification, Commissioner Johnson. That's exactly what I was getting at, and I was getting at that if the highest point was 24, then those sidewalls would be slightly less, which would soften the sting a little bit. But I guess we'll see how we want that to go, and I don't know if that changes the applicant's thinking or not. But
so, and this is Brody Glenn. So yeah, I was actually going to say something, Commissioner Johnson. Thank you for bringing that up. So that usually it's the average of the roof, top of the roof, and it doesn't include the parapets. John, if you want to pull that elevation up, I mean, look, that's why we're here. That's why we had the neighborhood meeting, and that was something that was discussed there. And it all comes down to, you know, we've got the residents, we want to make sure we take care of them. We also want to make sure from the main intersection that we give the look and feel that the city of Reno is looking for. We certainly can drop that parapet. Oh, go back on the corner. So we can drop that parapet. You know, I don't think if we go to 24 feet, you know, we're going to have parapets because we're going to need to be able to hide the mechanical. But if we needed to try to lower that as much as we could, I think that you do want to see some bump up there so that you do have an accent and you have a focal point. But if that's something that y'all want us to look into, you know, capping it at 30 feet, whatever the number is, we can do that. I just want to make sure that we get the look and feel from the main intersection that y'all are looking for.
This did come up. This did come up at the neighborhood meeting as well. The 24-foot height, and what is the reference? My understanding was it was the max. It was in the context of the elevation closest to them, which again is the north elevation, and 24 feet there is different than 24 feet here at the intersection, because you won't see this. But we said 24 foot. There's an integrity issue here that I want to make sure we have responsibility to share, and that was that it was the maximum height of the building on that elevation at 24 feet, including all elements. That's the way we presented it at the neighborhood meeting, because it was a key issue with, you know, with the people that are living on Chesterfield adjacent to the property.
Okay, thank you, John. Commissioner Johnson, did that answer your questions? Okay. I have a couple questions. In the presentation, there was reference to a below ground. Everybody will enter below ground. I don't understand what that means.
Oh, you're talking about one of the stories is below ground, a full story.
So if you're at grade right now, one of the stories is going a full below ground?
That is correct, because of the height sensitivity issue, and then 2 stories up, yes. That's the maximum, that's the way it's requested now in the PUD.
So if we're looking at this, there's 3 stories, and one of them is below ground. There's 2 stories above.
You're looking at 2 stories, maximum height of 24 foot based on that definition that we just hammered on, and then 1 story down.
There's a basement.
That is correct, a basement, subgrade.
What? Okay, so there's a basement, there's grade, and then there's 2 stories.
That's correct. Finished grade, 2 stories above.
No, yeah, there's a basement. So if you think about storage, you don't have to have windows. So we can go down a floor. And so when you walk in, most people will think they're at the bottom floor, but there actually will be a floor below that. And so you'll have the basement floor, you'll have the road grade floor, and you'll have 1 floor above that. So from the road, you'll see 2 stories, but there'll be 1 below grade that you don't see.
Okay.
John, do you want to pull that elevation back up? It might help clarify that. So if you see here, so it shows 2 stories, which is what is above ground, and there'll be 1 below ground that nobody will see.
So, and I'm not familiar with this type of product or storage unit. What, and I'm concerned because of the residential adjacency, what are people bringing in here? Because I think a storage unit and, I have a different idea of what I think this might be. What people access right in, right out off of Rob or Charlin's, are they bringing in moving trucks? Is it wine? Is it what? I guess.
And that's a great question. So we don't do any wine. There's some people that do wine with these little small storage stuff. We don't do that. So ours is, it ranges from a 5x5, so a 25 square foot unit, to a 10x30 unit, which would be kind of for a large house. 60% of our customers are residential, 40% are some sort of business storage. For the most part, it's, people store stuff that, the grandmother's sofa, winter clothes, all things like that. But you're not storing jet skis or snowmobiles or any of that. So there's no access directly to the unit. And so the people have to.
So that was one of my questions, because somebody, one of the public comments brought up parking. So will people be parking and then moving stuff from their vehicle?
So that's why we created the loading areas, those 2 loading areas. And so there'll be 2 areas that are 30 feet by 30 feet. So your normal parking space, round numbers, is 10 feet wide by 20 feet deep. And so it'll be 30 by 30 to be able to have 2 cars / U-Hauls. And they will pull their car physically into the building. And so there'll be a glass garage door. And so the garage door will open either with a punch code or by their phone. They'll pull into the building, the garage door will close behind them, and they will be contained inside the building to do any loading. And then the elevators will be directly off of those pull-ins to be able to, go up or down. And then if you're on the road level grade, you'll just go straight into the hallways. But there'll be no direct access from anywhere in the exterior of the building.
Okay, so there's really no parking, it's loading.
Right. So we have very little traffic, very, very little traffic, and very little parking. So we have very little demand for parking. really and truly, you know, we've got those 4 spaces, so 2 different loading areas. So there's 4 spaces internally. We don't need more than 3 or 4, maybe 5 tops, more parking spaces than that in reality. I think our parking studies show that we need 11 or so. But it's really just for employees and new customers, because everybody else, for the most part, will use the loading area.
Okay, and then one of the other questions that we received via email was about the lighting. John or Nathan, do you want to talk a little bit, or Brody, about how the lighting is not going to impact residents?
Right.
Brody, could you?
Go ahead, John.
But now, I was just going to say what we shared with the community. This did come up at our Zoom neighborhood meeting. You know, and part of this was concession to the neighborhood about wall pack lighting, again, focused on the north elevation where we have to contain lighting. Height was an issue. Illumination intensity was an issue. Not an issue. It was a discussion point of which we said we can work with. No spillover to the adjacent property. And of course, light standards are such, you know, set at a height where you can't see underneath them and have that obnoxious looking into a light standard were the items that we said are routine in our design effort. Go ahead and add whatever you need, Brody. I just wanted to share that with you, Chairwoman.
So I just wanted to ask Nathan, are you comfortable with the applicant's lighting plan, that it's not going to affect neighbors behind them?
Nathan Gilbert, yes, we would apply the standard residential adjacency lighting standards, which is that no more than 0.5 foot candle at the residential property line, which is low, very low.
Okay, and then my last question is for you too. When I was looking through some of the Charlene's PUD, and I might have read this wrong, there's a 24-foot allowable height with 1 story. Is that accurate?
Nathan Gilbert, that's the existing standard, and again, the 24-foot maximum height is not proposed to change, but there are some subtle nuances. I mean, the current standards would require a pitched roof, which is measured slightly differently, and the existing standard again it's 1 story, but 1 habitable story. So depending on the product design, it could still be it could still look more than 1 story, if that makes sense. So it's a slight departure, but the maximum height of 24 feet is not proposed to change.
Okay, but there will be 2 stories. I'm stuck on the stories.
Right now, 2 stories are allowed, but it reads 2 habitable. You know, it's 1 habitable story. So it could look larger, but it would, under the current standards, it would only be allowed to have 1 habitable story. This would change that, maintaining that 24-foot maximum height, but it would allow 2 habitable stories and then that basement level, as has been discussed.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, follow on to that. Nathan, just what you were talking about in terms of, is the net change here by allowing kind of a flat roof, 2-story structure, a larger massing that could otherwise occur? Is that the kind of the net effect? I'm not saying it's bad or good, but that's just the net effect of the change.
It would, yes, it would be a minor departure. You know, probably, you know, it's hard for me to guess, but maybe like 1 or 2 feet.
Okay.
Just by virtue of how a pitched roof is measured compared to a flat roof.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, other questions? Okay, seeing none, anybody want to start off some discussion?
Commissioner Munoz, I'll start off discussion, and without asking any questions, I'm going to get a little bit hung up on the height here, because doing the math, if we go from the road, and I know we're saying average grade, the concern for the residents, and the majority of emails I got was about the height of the buildings. If 24 feet is the sides of the building, we're looking at 30 feet for the top where it's going to be. If we add another 6 feet onto that, we're at 36 feet. If we average out the grade, then we're at 33 feet, which is 11 feet above the 24 feet that the residents right now are hearing that the building is going to be at. And so I'm kind of having a hard time. I'm having a hard time with that. I'm having a hard time to justify.
Can we have a chance to rebut that? I don't know where the math is working out, but we need to.
We're gonna have some internal discussion or commission discussion,
Sure.
if you don't mind.
No problem. Thank you. Okay.
I'm losing audio here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Anyways, that's where the math isn't working out for me if we're going off of average grade. And then looking from one of the pictures I have from one of the emails, it shows Charlins Avenue. I don't know if you'll be able to see this or not, but it shows Charlins Avenue at the top of the fence on a 6-foot fence, which is dead even with Charlins. And so the grade there is significant. So I'm a little bit hung up on that, and getting the 24 feet plus the extra, I believe Brody said 30 with everything said and done, plus that additional 6. I'm a little bit hung up on that. I don't know what the rest of the commissioners think, or if it's maybe a moot point and I'm just looking at this wrong. That's all I have.
Commissioner Olivas, during the discussion about the height and my portion of it, then John maybe can address or correct, but I thought that you chimed in at one point, John, that was going to be 24 feet maximum height from the back line closest to the houses. Maybe I don't know if you can clarify on that.
Can I have permission to respond, Chairwoman?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's a question
So,
directly.
this is fundamental to the whole height issue, and that's what I tried clarifying. It came up at the meeting, and what I'm saying is if you want the most aggressive standard we can possibly apply, it would be on that north elevation. Because as you go, I'm talking about the north elevation, so that's the loading area of the building, 52 feet from the property line. You set that at a grade, and then the building's going to have to dig deeper as it goes towards Charlins Avenue. So if you have 24-foot maximum height at that elevation, there is no mystery. The only thing left is the grade difference between that building edge and the elevation at the back of the lots. Which, if that's 50 feet away, and to Commissioner Munoz's point, say there's 6 feet, and that's middle of the site. I think it's less than middle of the site. It would probably be a third of the site. You're talking about 2 or 3 feet higher than the property line that's at the back of the residential. But I'm confident saying that if you wanted to put a condition on us as a specific reference to height, that's the way to pin this down. And I would hope that Nathan agrees with what I'm saying there. We had this come up, and I feel responsibility to echo what came up and how we were going to treat it at our community meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Commissioners, further discussion? Commissioner Marshall?
John, can you turn off your PowerPoint presentation, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Johnson,
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson. So I know exactly what Commissioner Munoz is saying, and he's absolutely correct. If you were to look at it from the way the code is doing it, it's based on the slope of the property. I think what John is stating and where Commissioner Olivas was going is that, we have the ability, in order to review this, to state what height, clarify what that 24 feet would be on this particular project. And that was where my question to Nathan was with respect to, the building that we're looking at. So whatever comes forward eventually is going to be in substantial conformance with the images that we're showing. And so if we were to say we wanted the height at that north elevation closest to the houses to be limited to 24 feet above what the basically elevation in grade is there, the only point of clarification that I would want to run through is whether that's top of parapet or top of roof, because there's probably, 12 to 18 inches difference between those two. I think the roof screening that may be required for mechanical equipment is something that is above and beyond, and it's set back from the perimeter of the building if it's done right. So I think to the question of height, I would say that we have the ability to address that as a part of what's going on here, and I think the offer that has been put out there by the applicant makes sense. This isn't a building that has a high need for floor-to-floor height, so giving a 24-foot height from grade to roof still allows for an adequate, probably easily 10 feet, maybe a little less depending on structure, that would work. So I don't think we're really limiting them from that standpoint. So I think, if that is a concern and ultimately, part of what needs to be done on this, I think that's the way we approach it, putting it into the PUD rather than, similar to what's happened with the setbacks and the type of trees, rather than relying on the code, which would, as Commissioner Munoz correctly pointed out, allow for a higher building than what we're talking about now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Other discussion?
Commissioner Marshall, I share the same concerns as articulated by Commissioner Munoz and Commissioner Johnson. So I'd be looking to have some sort of clarification placed during our approval and any sort of motions made.
So I guess my confusion just comes in with the PUD of why, and maybe Nathan, you can answer this. Why was there a condition of one occupied, or not a condition, but why does the PUD standard have one occupied story?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. I really couldn't speak to that. That's the way the handbook was written. I can't think of other similar provisions to compare that to. I think it probably was intended to provide some liberty with architectural design, but frankly, I'd be speculating.
Well, for me, Commissioner Taylor, it limits massing and height. If you only have one occupied floor, then and a requirement for a pitched roof, I think the effect is that the ultimate design practically is less massing than what you see now. That's not to say this massing is not acceptable. It's just it would be different and probably less. So that's either because it's a key corner on the intersection, or its sensitivity to the neighborhood that was behind it, and the relative closeness and narrowness of that parcel.
Commissioner, if I could, I can think of examples of commercial buildings that kind of have a faux appearance. So I perhaps the intent was to restrict massing, but it wouldn't necessarily do that. I can think of several commercial buildings that kind of have that faux appearance that aren't occupied, but certainly achieve that same height.
What's not addressed in the PUD handbook is any standards on building coverage or floor area ratio. And then that would clarify the point that Commissioner Marshall is making.
Clarification. Thank you.
Does Commissioner Marshall, did you have a question for John?
Just a point of order. But you stopped talking, so that's okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I think what I'm hearing, and I guess what I'm willing to put forward, and I'll let maybe Nathan or the applicant weigh in on this, but what I'm hearing, and what I would be looking at with respect to pushing this forward is some sort of statement, because it's not really a condition since we're looking at the PUD handbook. But, and I had it here a minute ago, so I apologize while I flip to the page. I think if there's a modification in the PUD handbook under the building height that says that the maximum overall building height shall, and I'm just reading from what the text is already written and I'll add to it, shall not exceed 2 stories, basement levels are excluded from story definition, and 24 feet in height. And I would add to that measured to the average height of the parapet on the north elevation closest to the adjacent residential properties. And I state that average because I think, and that would be a question for Nathan or the building department, I do not want to see a straight line all the way across there. I think the articulation that is there is a requirement. So I'm not quite sure how to address that. I think I would either say it's 24 feet to the main parapet line, with exceptions made up to a certain percentage for corner articulation. I'm not quite sure the best way to approach that. But I think as long as we specifically state that the 24 feet in an area that we're all comfortable with, added to that being on the north elevation, placed into the PUD text, is what I'm looking for. And I guess Nathan or Angela, who are looking at maybe a document that I don't have in front of me, could get the clarification on that, because I think it needs to be the parapet height rather than the roof height. But I am looking at giving a little bit of leeway on the corners in order to maintain some articulation.
Nathan Gilbert, Commissioner, I think what you're articulating can be a pretty straightforward revision, not the straight line, but an average of the parapet height. Is that, am I understanding that correctly?
And I'll defer to some of the other commissioners' comments on that. I think the average works because, just because the amount, when I'm looking at that north elevation, it appears that there's only one of the 2 corners on that north elevation that's elevated. So even if that was up at 28 feet, it's about a 10-foot section of that, 200-foot long area. So our average is probably, and I'm just throwing numbers out there, but the average is probably going to go to like 24 foot 4 inches or something like that. So that's the way I would throw that out there. But again, that's my thing. If other commissioners feel it needs to be more specific, but I do believe that that's how we can address it, is by adding to that specific building height line in the PUD.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So my concern is, in the PUD, it was restricted to 1 habitable story, and that's a hard word. Because I don't know, and nobody's been and I haven't heard anything different, because of the uses that come with that architecture, if that's a allowable term. So, and it sounds to me that the building or the use is the second story is going to be used. It's not, there's going to be a basement, there's going to be a first story, and then that second story is actually going to have a use associated with it. And I'm just having a hard time making a recommendation to change the PUD to change that to 2 usable stories, because it was part of the original PUD, and I'm not sure of the history or why it was that way. That's just my position, but I'm happy to listen to other commissioners. If somebody can help me help me get through that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, and I'm only responding to this because you threw the term architecture in there. So I feel morally obligated to weigh in on that. The way that it's written, it talks about one story. The habitable portion of it's not really an issue here. I think what that's stating is that you know, and I think John touched on it out of order, just to keep with John Marshall. He did touch on it out of order, but it becomes a floor area ratio issue and some sizing, where if
I
you...
don't think so, though, because if you have, I mean, if you have a 24-foot building, and I'm thinking like a bank or an office or something, everything is happening on that ground floor. There's nothing going on up above.
Again, and there's, so what that would say is you could have a bank with a monumental lobby, two-story high lobby, but you have no offices on the second floor.
Right.
You could build a 24-foot high space under that scenario without having, you know, anything on a second floor. So
Yeah,
architecturally,
the
it's just...
exact same thing. So my concern is there's something on the second floor going on, and for some reason in the PUD, and I don't know why, the PUD did not want, there wasn't supposed to be anything going on that second floor.
So I guess the comment that I would make to that is what's going on here on the second floor is completely invisible to anything that's happening outside the building because there are no windows. It's a storage building. So if you have a one-story space, if you have a one-story building that is articulated as a two-story building, you have a bunch of clear-story windows that nobody is looking out of, but you still have windows.
Doubling the traffic or the occupancy that's going into that building. I don't know.
Are you? That's making an assumption of what the building type would be. So, you know, professional office, yes, if you have, I mean, again, I can't speak to it. I'm just trying to explain architecturally that you could have a building of a similar size to the one that we're looking at here that is 24 feet high on the north elevation and 24 foot clear from the floor to the underside of the structure on the interior. There's your one-story building. From the outside, it's going to look exactly the same. And I guess that's where that's...
Use in the neighbors might be, might have different comments. I don't know, again, might have different comments on that use based on some of the comments that we got.
I guess, and I see your point. All I'm saying is that whether it's one story or two story, the outside of the building was allowed to be 24 feet originally. It's allowed to be 24 feet now. The bigger discussion is whether it's acceptable for that 24 feet to be at the wall line all the way across, or if it's a pitched roof application where it could potentially be higher than 24 feet in the middle, but not at the perimeter. That, I think, is the more substantial.
One of the other projects that came for this specific lot was urgent care. And I don't know if it was the timing of it. Again, I don't know the history. There weren't as much, the residents were not as vocal or opposed to that PUD amendment or with that use. Maybe I don't know why.
I can't speak to that. I wasn't involved in that one, but I guess if you were to look at the difference between an urgent care and a storage building, is the type of facility requires quite a bit different treatment from a mechanical standpoint that's going to require additional height to address screening and utilities and everything else. So I'm just trying to get back to the original question about, you know, what we're looking at here. And if it's a 24-foot height was already allowed, the difference here is that we're now allowing a flat roof, and which gives us the ability to have a taller wall at the perimeter than what was there before. I can't speak to why it was allowed as 1 foot or 1 story before, 2 stories now. I'm just trying to look at the question before us, and I don't know how to, you know, architecturally I could design it either way.
Sure, understood. And I think I think I just have a different concern based on what I've read as far as what's gonna be going there. So the height is 24 foot, I get that. It's just, there's more, I don't wanna say intensity. Anyways, I think we beat that dead horse. We had some nice banter.
Yeah.
Commissioner Levy.
Yeah, Commissioner Levis, no, just some thoughts on this, on my thinking on why I'm getting to where I can support it. I think the 24 feet's in it. What we put together on that sounds good. I think that there's some trade-offs here, and whether the second story's habitable or not habitable, I think that there's also trade-offs there too, is that we're allowing a habitable use with a low traffic generator. I mean, frankly, the original developer who did this probably fouled this up in the first place by leaving this type of a lot in the first place. It should have been designed a lot better in the layout, and I'll actually give some kudos to the developer here for finding something that I think could work. This is tough to fit anything else in there. That's why it's been vacant for so long. And it's just, I think that the trade-offs with the traffic reduction and some of the other, and limiting the height kind of get me there as far as what's the best thing to kind of shoehorn into something that's wouldn't work for an urgent care. And by doing a storage, we're actually taking away a 24-hour use, which will eliminate traffic at all hours of the night for the neighbors too. So I think there's a lot of balance in here going on, and I think that overall that I think I can make the findings for the recommendation.
Madam Chair, if I might, just one question to Commissioner Munoz. Does this satisfy your concern if this type of condition in terms of where we're measuring the 24 feet and with Commissioner Johnson's average height of the parapet to the middle of the parapet? Does that resolve it for you?
Commissioner Rose, yeah, absolutely. That's from what I'm seeing from the citizens or people that live there, the residents who live in that area. Height was a big one, lighting was a big one, and also traffic was a big one. So I drove around the entire property, going in on would be the east side where they're proposing to put the driveway. You can see it's not a blind corner on that far end or the north end of that. So that wasn't a concern of mine. Also, the right in, right out on Charlins was the same way. And with the islands, you can't make a left-hand turn on either of those. So with the height being addressed, I'm the same way. I think this is a good project for this area.
The only other point that I was a little worried about was the potential for generating U-turns off of, the fact that it's only right in, right out on both Charlins and Rob. But the low intensity of use, I think, resolves that question of, because you're going to see U-turns coming off of, the turning into, I think, Walnut or whatever, Walnut Creek or whatever. And I can't remember the name of the other street off of Charlins, but those turn pockets will then, have some sort of U-turn traffic. But given the, I think the limited access to the facility, for me, I guess that's a resolvable concern. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Are we ready to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion, since I was the one who threw out there the information. So in the case of LDC 20-00059, the Charlins PUD Planning Unit 9 Amendment, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval to City Council for the amendment to the Charlins PUD Development Standards Handbook with the addition, as discussed in the meeting, with a requirement under height to be limited to 24 feet on the north side of the project, closest to the residential, and that 24 feet be measured to the top of the parapet as an average across that north elevation. And hopefully Nathan can wordsmith that to be a little less of a run-on sentence. and with that, to make the finding requirements for the PUD amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Olivas, all second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, Michelle, can you do a roll call vote, please?
Yes, I will. Commissioner Marshall,
Aye.
Commissioner Gower? Oh, he's absent, sorry. Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Valto,
Yes.
and Chair Taylor.
No, I cannot make the finding for residential adjacencies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have 5 to 1.
Okay, thank you. We'll give everybody a couple seconds to clear off. And
Thank you.
good luck with your project.
Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to item 5.3.
Yes.
Case number LDC 2000062 Sky Mountain Retail Center. Request has been made for a special use permit.
John, are you on the
Michelle,
line? John? There he is. Hi, John Munson.
Good evening.
Okay, are you ready to do your
Am I going?
presentation?
I am.
Okay, go ahead and
Good
share your
evening. My
screen.
name's John. Do you have to read the case?
We did.
Okay. My name is John Munson with Venture Engineering. Good evening. We had the same situation as Mr. Kompotic. We continued the project from the 7/15 meeting because of community letters that were written in, and I think the tone of the letters was a lot of surprise. They didn't know what was happening, and we can relate to that. There's no NAB meeting. Normally we would go to the NAB and everyone who's interested would know everything about the project before it even got to your board. So we postponed and we sent out mailings to all the same people in the 750 feet, and we held 2 Zoom meetings, and we had very good attendance. I think overwhelmingly people are against the convenience store use that we're proposing. So we have 2 special use permits. One is just for our general retail store adjacent to residential, and the other one was specifically for a convenience store in the neighborhood commercial zone. So we have, the owner, the applicant, has agreed to withdraw his application for the convenience store, and it's just not something the neighborhood wants. And he was going to be the owner operator of that store, and that's what he does. So in light of that, he probably won't be operating a store there, and he would build a store for lease to someone else who has a vision to be into that neighborhood. So we do have some other conditions that we're going to propose, but I'd like to do my presentation first and just introduce you to the site, although you've seen the plans. So I'll start that now. Share screen. So again, the request was for a commercial retail development adjacent to single-family zoning, and then the convenience store was a separate special use permit. Located at the intersection of Sky Mountain Drive and Summit Ridge, and this is a very unique piece, a very difficult and challenging piece of land. It's kind of a leftover from all the development, and it's been sitting there for some 20, 30 years undeveloped, and I think that's another aspect that the neighborhood was a little concerned about. Why are you rushing this through? Are you rushing this through because of the COVID and now you think you can get something? Well, that's not the case. The current owners only owned it for 2 years, and so it's really a normal progression of development for him. Purchase the property, get some consultants we were hired first to see if the site plan could work, because it's a challenging site. Did a site plan. This is how big of a building you can have. This meets the parking. Here's the access. Now, if you want to do anything other than residential, it's a special use permit. So once we all agreed on the plan and the size of the building, the architect drew the building plans and we submitted for our special use permit. So there was no trying to push it through in any way. And that's why we held the neighborhood meetings. So we could have presented our case on 7/15 and no public would have been allowed to speak, and you had only had the letters that they wrote in, so we didn't do that. So, I think you've received a lot of additional comments, and I will say that the Zoom meetings that we held were used as a forum for everyone to get together and say, hey, give me your email, we're going to get together and protest this as a group. There was a lot of that going on, and, I couldn't really stop it, and it's their right to want to get together. And I think what we found out later also is we are in the association with these folks here, and so he's a dues-paying member of the association, and so that really makes him a neighbor already. So being neighborly, we are dropping that one special use permit. A lot of the reason why everyone was citing the 7-Eleven as being right here. Here's our site. Yes, the 7-Eleven's right here. The difference being they sell gas, and they're, typical 7-Eleven. This was going to be a neighborhood store serving the neighborhood where it's really not convenient for someone to jump off McCarran, go to the convenience store and leave. That's, if they're coming home or they're going to work, this is a store for them. And we tried to present that to the neighborhood, and they're just against the convenience store, so we won't be doing that. Here is a color plan. We put the aerial image on our site plan to illustrate these are the homes that are right next door. So this is the residential zoning, and this is the residential zoning that we are next to, adjacent to for the residential adjacency. And as you can see, these folks are quite a ways away. These people are, right next door, but as you'll see from the next slide, elevation, there's quite an elevation difference between us, and there's quite a bit of existing screening. You can see the trees they have here already, and we're going to be putting in more trees in here, plus a wall. I will touch on the access first before we go on to that. So we have proposed a full move-in access right here, where we have right in, right out, and we're going to propose to modify this left turn slightly. We're adding about 50 feet to it so that we can make left turns in, and still this driveway can make left turns. There's 12 homes here, and we don't see that there's going to be an issue with sharing the left turn, and I think the city agrees, but engineering has said we need to do an access study with our final plan, mainly because we're touching this striping here. And anytime we do that, we have to show that that's okay. So we are, this red line would be what we're proposing to do in order to just get a left turn movement. We have a right in, right out exit here, really mainly for fire. Fire truck comes in here, needs to turn around. We can't build a big old cul-de-sac, and the fire truck won't back up, so we have to allow that movement. And I mean, some of the residents, and I'll just speak on their behalf, people exiting are not going to know they can't turn left. So let's just go back a minute. RTC wants to put a median here, just a median curve, so that people can't make illegal lefts, and you can't make a left out. So that makes sense from a safety standpoint. It's definitely going to be right in, right out. So these neighbors were concerned, well, I don't know, I'm just new to this area, new to this store. I thought I could go left, I can't. So I'm going to come in here and turn around and go out. Okay, that's a possibility. We'll put some signage here as best we can, notifying people down here that you can't make a left. I think people who visit the store often, whatever it ends up being, are going to know they're only going to go right if they live down there. And so I think that's few and far between the people who are going to, you know, try to turn around right there. I think they see that already in people traveling up here. Oops, I meant to turn right and I went straight. And that's really nothing to do with the site. In terms of perspective, this is the site, it's way up here, and these are the homes way down here. This is a one-to-one profile as required for the application, showing the slope that exists there. Some of the comments were, they haven't talked about the slope. What about the slope? Well, it's a bare slope, and right now it's got the existing trees, and we're going to plant new trees, plus we have to have a retaining wall. We're retaining just this little bit, but requires a retaining wall, and then we'll put a fence on top of that. So in terms of screening, we're going to have like a little forest here, and then they're going to see this wall. In addition to that, we have service-only access here, so there's no parking and such here. And you know, they're going to look at the building. And if when you get to the elevations, you'll see the building's, you know, fairly attractive. So any structure that's built here, you can see, is going to be visible from these three homes. These three homes right here are going to look at the back of that building. That's for sure. But even if it was a townhome, if it was an office, one thing we got going for us is one story. Kind of going back to the previous case, it's a one-story building that is truly a one-story building, but it's got the height of a two-story, but not quite. Our maximum height is 35 feet, which is somewhere up here for the zoning. To the peak of this roof, it's not even 30. And so, you know, it's the very highest point. If we'll get to the elevations, that's just these two peaks here. So you got like 24, 20, 19. Some of the other things about the slope. Currently, there's a lot of the site, most of the site drains to this slope. So I could see these residences being concerned that development's going to make that worse. Well, it isn't, because now with our site plan, and I apologize, I didn't have my engineering site plan on here. We're pretty much directing all the runoff into the parking lot and collecting it with catch basins. The only thing that's left for the slope is this green area that's on the slope. Well, right now you've got like half the site draining down the slope. So I think putting trees in there and getting rid of the drainage is going to make that slope just fine. And they're going to have that slope forever, just like they have for the 30 years it's been there. We are cutting the site down a little bit, about 4 feet from natural grade. So this doesn't illustrate that. It kind of goes up like this a little bit. Moving on to the building elevations. This will be the front elevation visible from Sky Mountain Drive. And then this is the elevation visible from Summit Ridge. This is the elevation, this is the elevation visible right here. So that will be a window right here. This will be a blank wall. No windows. Now, that was because it was a convenience store. And inside the convenience store, that was all coolers. The Reno Police Department said, hey, can you, I think I would like to get one more plan here for you guys. No, maybe not. We'll just stick with this. Reno Police said, hey, can you put some windows over here, because you'll have passive surveillance, meaning you can see out the windows and people parking here, people loitering, you know, the protection of your customers to not be harassed or whatever. Well, for the convenience store, they're going to have a video system. So I think that was really kind of a moot point, that they didn't need to have those windows. If it's not going to be a convenience store and it can be something else, they could probably put windows there. And so I think we've solved the problem that the police were worried about, is this area here not having the passive surveillance. So I'm going to jump to that floor plan. This was that wall, it's all coolers. So there's no place for windows, but here's the main cashier with the camera up above him, being able to see everywhere. So, and again, I can't tell you what it's going to look like inside. It depends. It'll be a tenant built to suit at this point. This was the layout for a convenience store. This was a layout of the adjacent space, which was going to be leased. So you can see it's more of a shell. So this would be more of a shell built to suit for someone. As far as the existing site, I think you've all been there. This is looking down from basically the private parking lot of those 12 homes, looking up. There's the wall of trees for those 3 houses. This is looking from Sky Mountain, where our right in, right out access, so right in, right out. We'd be cutting this part down about 4 feet, and so we're bringing it down a little bit. But you can see they got heavy vegetation, and we'd be putting in more. And then this is the view from Sky Mountain looking towards those homes. So this view now would be changed to basically be the building if you was looking at this after it was developed. But the people who live there would be still looking at the same view, those trees, new trees, and then the top of our building. In terms of lighting, we only have lights on the buildings. That is these things right here. So down lights on the buildings, and there's actually 2 street lights that we're hoping illuminate everything. We got the street light on the corner and another street light right here that we're hoping lights our parking lot sufficiently in addition to those down lights. If we have to, we would put in some kind of a low-level parking light, but it would have to meet the standards of no spillover and the down heads and everything. So we don't anticipate we have to do that, but we would probably have to study that for sure. In terms of the use, so we ask for your support for general retail, commercial. It could be office. It's basically anything that's allowed in the neighborhood commercial zone without a special use permit. So there are some things that would still have to come back for a special use permit, but it would be a store that not a developer, but a store operator would bring forward to the owner of this property for a build to suit. So they would be seriously interested in making this a long-term investment for themselves, which my owner was going to do that with a convenience store. He was going to be the long-term owner and responsible for the property and, its success. So if he's not going to do that, he's going to want to make sure the people who come in there are going to do that, because now they're paying, he's relying on them to pay the rent. With that said, the other concerns that the neighborhood had were about the packaged alcohol that's associated with a convenience store. So we have agreed to accept a condition.
Sorry, Michelle, are we at time?
Yes, we are.
Oh, have I exceeded my time?
I can't see the timer. I'm sorry. Can you wrap it up within the next minute?
Yeah, so we have decided, we've agreed to accept a condition, 3 conditions: no packaged alcohol sales at the facility. So whoever comes in, they can serve alcohol, but they can't have the packaged alcohol to go. No tobacco paraphernalia. That was another thing. They didn't want a smoke shop or a vape shop. And the third thing we've agreed to is no adult material displayed. And that is in addition to no window signage. So we tried to point out, these are the only signs we're going to have. So with a convenience store, we were thinking, is that really, it's not going to be your typical convenience store. But no matter what, there's no window signs, so it's going to be, this is the sign. And that's it.
Great, thank you, John.
Nathan has those conditions written up for us.
Thank you so much. Nathan, do you have a presentation?
Thank you, Nathan Gilbert. I do have a very brief presentation, if Michelle would pull that up, please.
We'll bring that up. John, could you? Thank you. One moment.
Okay.
Nathan,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Commissioners. Nathan Gilbert for the record. John did a great job covering the request, and I think what's paramount for your decision today is that the applicant has formally requested to withdraw the request for a convenience store use. And so what you are reviewing is a special use permit to allow for a 4,700 square foot non-residential commercial retail development adjacent to single family zoning. Again, the applicant has withdrawn the request to establish a convenience store use, and the applicant has requested the following conditions of approval to restrict sales of certain items. And Michelle, the next slide, please. So as drafted, the existing proposed condition number 4, limiting window signs, there's currently an exception for interior sign placement. This would preclude any window signs for the commercial development. Condition number 5 would preclude packaged alcohol sales. They're prohibited within the entire commercial center. That means no for sale alcohol sales. Number 6 would prohibit the sale of tobacco paraphernalia. We heard a lot of comments from the community, with the intent of doing a smoke shop. This is a condition that's been applied to other convenience stores previously. But the applicant is requesting it to remove any ambiguity that there would be a potential smoke shop use. And then finally, restrictions on the sale of accessory adult materials. Reno Municipal Code does allow for a 10%, a modest amount of adult materials to be sold generally. This would preclude any sale of adult material on the site. John did a very thorough job covering it. I commend him. It's a very difficult site to design and build. I've fielded inquiries on that site my whole 14 years here. I haven't seen anything come to fruition. It has been zoned neighborhood commercial for about 30 years. And this is the first commercial proposal that I've seen actually move forward on the site. I think John covered the compatibility issues. The site is subject to all standard residential compatibility findings and actually goes above and beyond with the 30-foot setback, solid masonry walls and things of that nature, light restrictions and limited hours of operation. With that, that concludes my presentation and I'm available for any questions.
Great, thank you, Nathan. You've been busy tonight. Commissioners, let's start with disclosures. Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site and I received a few emails.
Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson, as did I.
Commissioner Marshall.
I visited the site and read a lot of emails.
Commissioner Munoz.
Same as John Marshall.
Commissioner Velto.
The same.
Commissioner Taylor, as did I. Michelle, this is a public hearing. We received several emails and public comment and voice, and I believe they've all been entered into the record.
Yes, they have. I have not received any other public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. I guess that closes our quasi-public comment, and we'll bring it back to the commission for questions of the applicant or Nathan. Who would like to get us started? Commissioner Johnson.
Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Question, I guess, first for Nathan. The parking that we have, or that's shown on the site, the number of parking, is that basically just a retail parking? It's not in any way tied to the convenience store? I guess, is there a change at all to the parking requirements based on the elimination of the request for the convenience store?
Nathan Gilbert. No, ultimately we're looking at a shell here, and so it would be used as allowed under the neighborhood commercial zone. Different uses that may be proposed would have different parking requirements, and they would be evaluated at time of business license.
So there's the potential that certain businesses could be precluded based on the limited amount of parking?
That's correct.
Okay.
But in general, I think if I'm understanding your point, yeah, they would generally be very similar, but they could be different, and we evaluate parking needs at business license review.
Okay. And then I guess following along with that question for you, John, one of the findings that we have to make is talking about both vehicular and pedestrian circulation. And one of the things that I guess concerns me, and I know it's tied to the configuration of the site, but there's a number of parking spaces located to the south of the building. Some that appear to be basically parallel parking spaces, if I'm reading that correctly, and then a number of them that are actually on the opposite side of the drive aisle from the parking area. And I guess I have some concerns for all of those with respect to access to the building, basically either accessible route and or just a demarcated route that's not just walking across the asphalt. Have you taken a look at that, and is there just something I'm not seeing based on the limited drawings that were presented here?
We have. I can share my screen again real quick.
That would be great.
Okay. I don't want to go back to this one though. Give me a quick second here. Thought I had this all ready to go. Can you all see that?
Not yet.
Oh. Not sure where.
John, we can bring
where it
up your
went.
presentation for you again. Just one moment.
Well, we'll just use this. I'm not sure why it's not going there.
There,
It does. This does show it. So what we have right here is this is the accessible route. So we've striped this area that is outside the backup distance, and it's outside these parking stalls, and it meets the ADA standard for accessibility to walk in the striped asphalt area until you get to the sidewalk, and then you can come onto the sidewalk. Now, could that be concrete? Yes. For the purpose of this application, we striped it as asphalt. My recommendation to anyone who, owns and operates this thing these would be employee parking spaces. They're not all that convenient for the patrons, but part of the parking requirements are for employees. So I would say, you got your employees parking there, but we did make sure everything was ADA accessible. Plus we have, and I didn't touch on this, and I apologize, but we have, bike lanes on all four quadrants, crosswalks. We're extending the sidewalk. We have pedestrian access here. We're thinking a lot of people are going to walk here during the good weather period. So parking theoretically should be less during this, seasonal.
So I guess just because your two items you brought up there, I wanted to follow up on. So from the sidewalk, you're extending the sidewalk to the east to tie in along Summit Ridge Drive, but I don't see any link internally from Summit Ridge Drive on the north to come into the facility.
Here?
In other words, a pedestrian walking there to this neighborhood area would have to cross the driveway, go around the corner, and then come in from the front based on what you're showing here.
He'd have to come this way. A pedestrian would have to come this way. I mean, someone who's just from the neighborhood.
Right.
Yeah, they would. Well, this sidewalk would be continued.
I understand, but there's no link from that sidewalk into the facility. You have to go around the corner.
Straight across.
Right. You're missing my point, though. You would have to walk past the drive aisle to get there. Is there a reason why there's no connection?
I mean, we could certainly look at getting them in right here. Is that what you're saying? Yes.
I guess I'm just,
slope here.
if we're looking at a pedestrian situation, I think we want to avoid crossing what's going to be already admittedly a confusing intersection.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would also question the parking spaces on the south, that not the parallel ones, but the ones on the opposite side of the drive aisle, identifying that there is at least a slowdown walking from there across. What I'm seeing here concerns me in terms of both the pedestrian link to the perimeter and then just the internal pedestrian circulation. So I just wanted to understand what you were looking at there. And I think those spaces that you're looking at, those 6 there, are kind of isolated from the facility right now, with respect to how you're going to get to them. So,
Right. Well, we could add a sidewalk here. You know, that's certainly a reasonable request. That would be a sidewalk that would come basically to here, and then they would, you know, have a safe crossing point.
I think that was what I was looking to understand.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you, John. I think that the concern is in there, so that was my question. Thank you. Madam Chair, that was my questions for now.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
Yeah, Commissioner Munoz, quick question. Is Paul still here? I can't see him on my screen anymore.
Commissioner Munoz, this is Nathan Gilbert. Paul Salegi was in the private sector. He was representing his client for the Bluffs.
Got it. Okay. Maybe you can answer this then. So I know it's right hand in, right hand out on Summit Drive. Is there an island that's going to be on Summit Ridge other than paint? Is there going to be an actual physical island there? And then the same thing for Sky Mountain Drive for the right. I know there's going to be a left hand in going towards the south, but going towards the north, is there going to be an island so that nobody can leave and turn out to the left there?
I defer that to Engineering Manager Mike Michelle.
Commissioner Munoz, this is Mike Michelle, Engineering Manager. For the turn movement on Summit Ridge Drive, there will be a raised curb installed such that that would prohibit any left turns. For the turn movement on the other street to the south, that is a full turn movement there. So there would be no raised island at that drive aisle.
So you can turn left or right leaving the property?
To the bottom, yes, bottom.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioners, other questions?
Madam Chair, just on that last point, Mike, yeah, I heard that, so there, it's not a condition for this approval though, for that island on Summit Ridge? Or
I don't, Commissioner Marshall, this is Mike Michelle again. I don't see that as a condition, but I heard that as testimony from the applicant. That's part of the record, and that is what we will look for in final design. And also, let's not forget that they are required at our direction to do an access study, which would address all of these issues, including the striping, in detail at final design.
so we can make it a condition of approval for that island to be installed?
There's no reason why we couldn't do that.
Thank you. No other questions?
Other commissioners? I have a quick question, and this was based on one of the comments that I received, or that we received via email. And I think it was brought up in the presentation. So the site is part of an HOA. And one of the comments was, does the site have to comply with the HOA requirements?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. From the city's perspective, we don't get involved with the private covenants and restrictions. It's my understanding that the site, and Mr. Munson mentioned that as well, that it is, but that would be part of a civil separate process.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Munson has some perspective on that too.
I would love to hear some perspective.
Okay, I didn't know it was in the association. The owner did, only because he's paying dues. He didn't realize he had any standards. They have a setback requirement of 30 feet, which we're meeting. Technically, it's supposed to be all landscaping is their first choice, but they have other options. And at the last sentence, it says, or any alternate as approved by the association. So we're counting on that. We've determined a use, a use that's compatible with the neighborhood and that the HOA supports, and that they would therefore be open to reviewing our plan in an unbiased nature. I think with the convenience store, they would do whatever they could to say, we don't like it, we don't like it. So I'm pretty sure that we can get that unanimously approved through their design review. That's really the only requirement I saw. That
I'm not answering my question. I guess I wanted to hear something that there's some dialogue going on between the HOA and there's going to be conversation. So I think
we would be making a submittal.
Great,
I wouldn't want to go to building permit without having that. I think.
Sure. Thank you. Other commissioners, questions? Comments? Discussion? Commissioner Marshall?
Thank you. To me, this illustrates or at least is frustration. I'm sure staff feels it the same, that we don't have any input from those folks who are potentially most affected by this, because these changes, as I understand it, are last minute, and so we haven't had any reaction to them. So that's somewhat frustrating. It also, the removal of the approval for the convenience store, the impact of it, at least for me, is that it creates additional uncertainty of what's actually going to go in there. But that's ameliorated by the conditions, the special conditions that for no alcohol package sales or no sales, no takeout in essence. I wondered, Nathan, and I'm sorry, this should have been a question, the no tobacco paraphernalia, does that generally, is that limited to tobacco paraphernalia, or paraphernalia that can be used for multiple range of smoking activities?
Nathan Gilbert, Associate Planner. It's from the administrative code, which is referenced in there, that it gets into specificity within the ordinance, but it's generally, your pipes and things of that nature. What would typically be considered, sold at a smoke shop.
Okay. So it's not limited to purely tobacco uses, it's really smoking. Is that
correct?
Okay, thank you. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Other commissioners?
Yeah, Commissioner Munoz, after going over all of the emails, which there were a lot, I kind of want to give a shout out here to Mr. Munson, and this is an area that needs something done. It's an ugly spot right now, and I just commend you on trying to get something done here. I know it's difficult with neighbors and people really, for the most part, people don't want anything to go in unless it's a park. And when you live right there, it's just kind of how the way things go. So I just want to commend you for trying to put something in this area, and good luck in the whole thing.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olivas. I'd echo that, and I think that this is the convenience store was tough, and that changes my thinking dramatically. And I think that this being neighborhood commercial, this is probably a lot closer to what was originally envisioned with the original development to support the whole neighborhood. I think it came together a lot better at the end. So thank you.
Yeah, I echo my fellow commissioners. I think it's a tough spot, and I really appreciate from the neighbor's perspective, based on what I heard and read, the ability to work with them and come up with something that's a compromise. And I think they can hopefully feel like they were listened to. So thank you for those efforts that you and your team did to work with those neighbors. Sorry, Commissioner Velto, did you raise your hand?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Chairwoman. I think what you just said accurately reflects my thoughts. I appreciate how this project's progressed and where it's at now. I will say I'm a little concerned with some of the things that Commissioner Marshall brought up, that the public isn't able to weigh in on this when there's been some changes as of late. But it seems like the project is, the outcome is very good, so I do appreciate that.
Great. I'm ready for a motion.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, just have a couple of quick questions, or not questions, but comments. I still have some concerns on circulation, pedestrian circulation. I think a number of the comments that came in from the public referenced the fact that there's additional multifamily that's ended up in this area. So I think that there is going to be a higher pedestrian load. So I would like to at least acknowledge both a pedestrian connection to Summit Ridge Drive connected to the new sidewalk. I think that's something that would need to be looked at and included here. And I do have some concerns, I guess, still from a parking standpoint and the viability there. I mean, that some of the comments about what people wanted to see that were not convenience store seem to me to be potentially items that could impact the parking. I mean, I'm not sure how like a small cafe or something would fit in if the parking requirements for a restaurant type use would fit compared to a retail type use. So, which goes back to Commissioner Marshall's comments about the uncertainty of what would go here. So I do applaud this as a solution for an incredibly challenging site. I just think there's some still some additional things that could be done with respect to maybe making it easier for both the pedestrians internally and connecting to the sidewalks around the perimeter. So those are the thoughts that come in my mind. I'm still a little concerned. I like the idea of not having the convenience store, but I think that in my mind throws more uncertainty into it than anything else, just because I think the uses that are there now become unknown, and I'm just not sure how that's all going to come forward. But as was pointed out, the additional conditions at least eliminate some of the less desirable elements that were brought about by the public. So those are my comments. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Commissioner Olivas, I follow on to that. I think that's important about the connectivity and the pedestrian, given that it really fit in and support the neighborhood and be part of it. So I don't know if that's conditioned or how we get that. You had your dialogue with Mr. Munson, and I guess I'm not sure the best way to get that into here, but I think that's important too.
Can I ask a question of Mike Michelle? I thought I heard somebody, and it might have been the applicant, talk about RTC improvements on that road. Is that accurate?
Commissioner Taylor, I believe that the comment from the applicant was brought up in the spirit of a raised curb within Summit Ridge Drive that would preclude left turn movements. You know, because originally we saw a site plan that had a pork chop at that driveway exit. And a lot of times the fire department doesn't like to see those sorts of things. So I can see where the raised curb is a better option that precludes left turn movements. So
Yeah,
I think that's what I heard.
Okay, I was just thinking if there was a plan for RTC to come in there, they might have had sidewalks improvements.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I believe, just to follow up, I think that the applicant indicated that the sidewalk would be extended on Summit Ridge Drive as a part of the project. My only request was that there be a link from there into the site, other than just the one link that's provided along Sky Mountain Drive. That was what I was looking for, rather, because I think they were already planning on doing the sidewalk on there.
So, John, is that something that you're agreeable to as a condition?
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll put the sidewalk in and we'll figure out how to get a sidewalk on this side. We already have our bike parking right here. This is just a drive-through for service. So this was I agree it's much safer to cross this than this. So we just.
Johnson, does that get you where you need to be with a condition?
Yeah, I'm fine with the condition.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in terms of a condition, that would be a condition that I would be in favor of. I think the other comments that I made about internal circulation, I think aren't requirements for a condition, but certainly the link to the public way is.
Does that mean we're ready for a motion? Anyone?
Commissioner Olivas, I'd almost nominate Commissioner Johnson, not to put you on the spot, but with the language on your access and what you want in there.
That's what I was looking at.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I'm still working through some of the other questions that I had with respect to my concerns on the other alternate uses that are in there. So my concern was that we were talking about was with respect to finding number D, which was the safe pedestrian environment. That was how I was working through that. My other comment was just trying to understand finding A, which was the compatibility with the existing surrounding land uses, since we don't know exactly what type of space will be in there. So that was why I didn't jump on the finding or the motion immediately. I'm still ruminating on that based on the discussion that we're having.
Nathan, do you know some of the allowable uses? Is that something that would help?
Nathan Gilbert, allowable uses within the neighborhood commercial zone are generally relatively low intensity neighborhood serving commercial types of uses. Possibly, a restaurant would probably be the highest intensity use, particularly for parking, depending on the volume. But offices, cafes, that sort of thing.
And Madam Chair, that was where I was going with this. I just wanted to make sure that because we don't have a defined use, are we setting ourselves up for a situation where we don't have uses that can come in because of the parking limitations? And I just don't want us to be ending up, as we've all said, seems to be a great way of addressing what's happening on that corner. But I don't want to get to the point where we're looking at something that just, has only a couple of acceptable uses, and, the financial viability is not there, and then we either have a partially completed project or an empty building. So I'm just trying to understand in my own head working through all of that. So that was the reason for those questions, and I appreciate Nathan's comment on that.
This is Commissioner Velto. to clarify, I'd like to make a motion, but I'd want to be clear, because I do think, Commissioner Johnson, that what language would you find acceptable? And I understand that you have other caveats you're still trying to work through. What language do you think is appropriate to provide a second pedestrian walkway for the condition?
Commissioner Velto, thank you. I think the only comment is that I want to have a direct pedestrian link from both Sky Mountain and Summit Ridge Drive to the property. So right now, there's only one. I'm just asking for one on both sides.
Okay, thank you very much. In that case, Chairwoman, would you entertain a motion?
Absolutely. Unless Commissioner Johnson, do you need a break? Or, okay, good, yes.
Okay, in the matter of case number LDC 20000062, based on compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to the following conditions. I'd also like to make an additional condition that direct pedestrian links with both Sky Mountain and Summit Ridge Drive are made available to the property.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Commissioner Munoz, I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Munoz. We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Okay, Michelle, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Commissioner Marshall.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Marshall just sent me a text that he got kicked out of the Zoom and was trying to get back in.
Do you want me to continue with the roll call vote, or do you want me to wait?
Let's wait a second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard something from tech.
Yeah.
He is going to go to training with John.
Needs to log.
Not you, John, the other John.
He just needs to log back in if somebody could reach him.
Thank you for your patience, everybody.
Madam Chair, it appears that the issue is on John's end with the internet connectivity, so he does not know how long he'll be down, so I think we need to proceed with him as having stepped away.
Yeah, I just,
Okie dokie. So we have a first, we have a motion and a second. We were moving towards the roll call vote, I believe. That's where we left off.
okay, so Mark Johnson,
Yes, with the condition that Commissioner Velto added. Thank you.
Commissioner Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Velto,
Yes.
and Chair Taylor.
Yes.
And I've marked Commissioner Marshall as absent.
Thank you. Looks like the motion carries. Good luck with your project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay. Moving on to item 5.4 for possible action recommendation to the City Council, case number LDC 21-00004 Regional Plan Conformance Master Plan Text Amendment. And
Jeff, are you there?
I'd like to welcome Jeff.
Good evening, Commissioners. Can you all see my screen?
We can.
Yes.
Right here? Okay, cool. Let me make it full screen here for you. can you see the whole screen, or is it?
Black.
I think
There
it's a black screen.
There we go. I can see the whole screen now. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah.
This is my first Zoom presentation, so bear with me.
We have a black dot in the middle. We
Yeah,
don't-
Jeff, we
can
can't
see your
always
screen.
use a black screen.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Nothing now, nothing moving, huh?
No.
No.
Would you like us to load it on our end instead? Oh,
Let me
there.
try one
It's
other
there.
thing here.
It's there now.
We'll just.
Jeff, we can see it.
We can see it.
Okay, we'll just try it this way. So, greetings, Chair Taylor and members of the commission. Jeff Borkart, Planning Manager. This is my first Zoom meeting being back at the city. For those that don't know, I was at the city before and recently restarted back in June. So tonight before you is actually a master plan text amendment to bring our current master plan, the Reimagine Reno master plan, into conformance with the recently adopted Truckee Meadows plan. Amendments to the text of the master plan are fairly unique and they don't happen often. And we usually, we also have planning commissioners that are new since we adopted the regional, the Reimagine Reno master plan. So I'll try to spend a little bit more time breaking this presentation down so that everyone understands the full context of why this request is necessary. Also, understanding that everyone's tired, I'll try to be quick. I know it's past my bedtime, so let's see if I can move this. So first, it's important to understand the context of how planning occurs in the Truckee Meadows. So it happens at two levels, at the local level with each of the three respective jurisdictions, and then at the regional level with the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency. Regional planning originally arose out of the need to get all three jurisdictions to play better in the sandbox. And prior to regional planning existing, there was a lot of jurisdictional conflict and lack of consensus on things that impacted the region as a whole. So really in 1991, they passed regional planning, they created regional planning, and the first regional plan was passed. And since then, they've passed a regional plan 5 different times. Most recently in October 2019, and this plan fosters cross-agency collaboration. It deals with issues related to population growth, regional form and land use pattern, public facilities and service provision, and natural resources. Regional coordinates a lot with other regional agencies, including regional water and transportation planning as well. So state law, and the reason why we're here tonight is state law requires that master plans of each of the jurisdictions are in conformance with the regional plan. So what we're doing tonight is actually changing the text of our master plan in various different locations so that that our master plan is in conformance with the regional plan. More context of why we're here. The Reimagine Reno process was kicked off in 2015. And as part of that process, the city conducted the largest public outreach and engagement in the city's history. The city's current master plan is extremely reflective of the community's goals and was adopted in 2017. And as this plan was making its way through the final stages of the adoption process, regional planning kicked off their regional plan update, and that was in the summer of 2017. And so our plan was part of that foundational work for the regional plan. And through regional's outreach and policy evaluation and scenario planning, there were actually some minor policy inconsistencies in their plan versus ours, which is what brings us here tonight. Regional came back to the city and they said, all right, so here's 7 items that need to be modified. And tonight we're just going to go one by one and show how we're making changes to the master plan text. The first is to include language in the master plan addressing the regional housing strategy for housing affordability. And as part of Regional's update, they engaged a consultant to provide a regional approach for housing. That regional policies in PG4 in the regional plan. Basically what it says is you got to identify needs for community, needs of the community regarding affordable and workforce housing. You have to reduce regulatory barriers to provide affordable housing. You got to preserve and rehabilitate current affordable and workforce housing stock whenever possible, increase new affordable and workforce housing stock, provide for a diverse range of housing types, and document existing and new affordable and workforce housing. Then you got to create incentives and partnerships. So our master plan already includes a number of policies and implementation strategies that are already consistent with these goals. And what you'll see in the future upcoming zoning code update meetings that we have planned throughout the next coming months, there's a lot of planned code revisions that will also implement these strategies. Regional's request was just, in summary, just referencing the regional strategy in our document to serve as a reminder, so that as people are working with our master plan, that they're reminded to go back and look at that regional affordable housing approach. So we're proposing policy amendment to policy 4.1G, and also the narrative on planning for affordable and workforce housing. It's important to note that I'm showing screenshots of these amendments for the purpose of this presentation, but in your packet, there's also a summary sheet comparing the regional plan, the regional's high-level request, and then a summary of what each of these proposed amendments are. Also in your packet is the resolution with the actual red line text. I know it could be a little bit difficult to see this because of the small print, so I just wanted to remind you all of that as we're going through this presentation. And so the second and fifth request are actually the largest requests. And so one of the biggest changes that happened in the regional plan was they added growth tiers to the Truckee Meadows service area. And so essentially what these growth tiers do is they prioritize development growth and also public infrastructure investment. And they focus it towards the core of the region. And they use a series of hierarchy through a set of growth tiers. And basically, these growth tiers were developed by using the existing TMSA boundary, which is the dark black line that surrounds this whole area here. And then they, the approved master plans for Washoe County, Sparks, and Reno, the location of urban and suburban corridors, which we clearly defined in our master plan using the structure plan, opportunity areas for redevelopment, and then existing land use entitlements. They didn't want to go through and say, all right, well, you know, a project's already approved, I'm not going to take away your entitlement. So what I'll do is I'll do my best to summarize each of these tiers. So the mixed use core, which is the dark blue in the center, that's the highest density and intensity of development and investment. So that's where we really want to focus that growth. Falling outside of that is the tier 1, which supports a wide range of density, and it's the second priority for development. And then from there, you got tier 2, which is more like suburban development and higher density nodes in neighborhoods. Part of that is actually one of the areas that you guys looked at tonight with higher density commercial nodes. And then tier 3 is the remainder of the land in the TMSA. And so that's usually lower density development. It's undeveloped land. It's stuff on the tops of hills with 30% slopes or other development constraints. Outside of that TMSA, that big black boundary around the edge, that's the rural area. So that's usually extremely low density. It has limited services, well, septic, and it's very dispersed development. So what that explains, regional requested 2 changes. And the first one was to acknowledge the growth tiers within our master plan. And the second was to promote investment of public infrastructure and facilities using those growth tiers. And so there's a number of policies and narrative sections throughout our code that we're proposing to amend with regards to each of these requests. In fact, as you can see in your summary, that's actually where the largest number of proposed text changes are being proposed. The first is adding language to the section discussing growth tiers. When we originally did the master plan, we explored this concept of growth tiers using the structure plan. And so what this language does is actually takes the structure plan and builds upon that by referencing this regional form map as well. And so as you're reading through and trying to figure out what land use is appropriate, if you're doing a master plan amendment, or what development is appropriate, where to focus development, you're going to use this, and it's going to remind you not only use the growth tiers, but also refer back to that regional form map. So this policy language reinforces that concept for land use planning and public infrastructure investment to be both the structure plan and the regional form map. They should jive together. So there shouldn't be inconsistencies between the two, because we did work hand in hand with regional on this concept. We also reiterated in the proposed changes to policy 2.1A and 2.4B. The policy change to 2.1E removes the need to explore the feasibility to establish growth tiers, because that's exactly what we're doing with the regional plan. They've established those growth tiers. We don't need to explore anything anymore. That they're established, and we're going to incorporate them into our plan. This looks overly complicated, but what I'll do is I'll narrow it down. What we are doing here is saying we're referencing the new map, the regional form map, and then basically it outlines a process of what to do if you want to change the TMSA or change these regional growth tiers. So if you want to propose something that's not really in line with it, what do you do? Do you move up into tier 1 from tier 2? Do you move up into the mixed use core? So it references that policy, and regional also has a series of other things in their regional plan that says, okay, well, maybe you're exempt from this this tier boundary, and we'll include that exception. It just references that document. Another key feature that regional adapted and Reno's had for quite some time in their existing code, but we're actually going to incorporate it by reference here. They've established density and intensity requirements for each of the tiers. You'll notice that in the mixed use core, they actually created a minimum density requirement. And so within those areas, you have to, at least when you're proposing land use changes, at least provide 14 dwelling units per acre. And so what this does is it standardizes the form of growth across the region, so that Sparks is doing something similar to the city of Reno, and that we're growing in a consistent fashion. And so this one is to include language referencing the regional land designation requirements in the narrative function. So it says, basically, we added a whole sentence on how to use the plan by referencing the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan. And so while this is typically done in practice, we're actually proposing language that specifically requires review and analysis of land use changes for conformance with the regional plan, specifically that regional land designation map, so that tiered growth boundary area. So to put this in like a hypothetical, if a master plan amendment comes in, not only should it be compatible with surrounding uses, but its associated conforming zoning designation should also fall within the allowed range of densities. So if you come in and propose a suburban mixed use, you want to make sure that whatever it's translating to meets that minimum density requirement or any one of the maximum density requirements. And so this is also reiterated in that sphere of influence narrative, that big long wall of text, red text that you saw. Just an aside for Planning Commission, staff is also working on revising our staff reports to align with our new code. And as part of that, we're going to include an analysis of regional plan conformance, especially on the master plan amendments or anything with a project of regional significance. And ideally, what we're trying to do is create a cohesive process where things that are approved at our Planning Commission and make their way to regional planning are seamless and don't have any hiccups. And So similar to the prior request, regional is really trying to get a broader analysis on our land use impacts, so that we're not just looking at compatibility for the immediate surroundings, but like the entire region. So say somebody wants to come in and intensify their land use from residential to industrial. As a city, we'd look at that change in a matter of compatibility with the surrounding properties, and also with these proposed language changes, we would look at the changes to the region. So does that industrial fit within the regional land designation map? Are we making good decisions when it comes to the regional road network, infrastructure planning, or provisions of service? While we generally look at projects holistically, these policy narratives drive home that notion that we really need to look at the broader implications of land use changes, not just looking at compatibility with the surrounding land uses. The other one is including management strategies for slopes greater than 15%. This is something that Reno's been doing for quite some time. You guys see a lot of special use permits for hillside development projects on slopes greater than 15%. We also have a number of different area-specific policies within the structure plan for foothill communities. This just drives home that notion that anything that's greater than 15% but less than 30% doesn't degrade the area. And this is going to be carried forward as well in our new code. The other one is actually the removal of the cooperative planning area. In the regional plan, they've removed this. We have a number of different policies that maintain the rural-urban interface throughout the master plan. And so we're just removing the reference to the cooperative plan just to be consistent with the regional plan. I think that's pretty much it. And so as you'll note, these proposed changes foster the better collaboration with regional planning. They strengthen our policy and our languages in our master plan, which will lead to better future land use decisions. And most importantly, they're required by state law. So we have to do it to be in compliance with the regional plan. And I think one of the key features is that we've worked closely with the regional planning staff on all these amendments. We want to make sure that all this language meets the request. And so we've ran this language by them and they've signed off on all of it. So these requests meet all of our master plan evaluation criteria and we're recommending approval. So that's pretty much it. I'm available for questions. Let me turn my camera back on.
Thank you, Jeff. Michelle, this is Commissioners' disclosures. This is a public hearing. Commissioner Olivas?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Munoz?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Marshall?
No disclosures.
Commissioner Velto?
No disclosures.
Great. This is a public hearing. Michelle, do we have any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, no disclosures.
No, I did not receive any public comment for this item.
Okay, great. We will bring it back to the commission for comments or questions for Jeff. Do we have any comments or questions? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Marshall.
Thank you. Welcome back, Jeff. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Can you, I'm concerned about the change to 2.1A growth tiers. And I'm trying to get my...
Sorry, Commissioner Marshall. I didn't catch, you broke up a little bit. 2.1 what?
A? Growth tiers. And it's the introductory clause, notwithstanding the city priority development areas. Can you explain why we need to say that, particularly when you look down at, I'm trying to find it, where we say, our growth priorities are generally consistent with these priorities. And what I'm concerned about is that we may have stricter growth tiers. In terms of the existing language in 2.1a, and so I'm wondering why we need to have the notwithstanding language.
I threw that in there because our structure plan does not 100% match up with the proposed growth tiers. There are some spots in our structure plan that are slightly outside of these growth tiers. Regional did the best they could to go through and map them so that they matched and they jive together, but they don't 100% match up. And so what I want people to do is say, look, you're not only looking at the structure plan to analyze prioritization, but you're also looking at this TMSA. So, or the various different growth tiers in the TMSA. So we really want to drive home the notion that you have to look at both documents in order to conduct an analysis. We can remove that language. It's not necessarily important that we include the notwithstanding the city priority development areas, but I don't want it to be, you have to only look at this or you have to only look at this. I want it to be clear that you're looking at both.
Yeah, I would totally support that. And so I think there may be other introductory text on that, for that clause, that can say the same thing, that you have to satisfy both, as opposed to giving the priority to one. So if there's an instance in which the current growth tiers of the city's master plan, is more limiting than that, I think that you have to meet both, as opposed to only meeting the priority areas of the regional plan.
I think you could easily say, in addition to the city priority development areas, development, infrastructure improvements, and public investment should be prioritized within the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan land designation.
That's fine with me. Thank you very much. The other question, just generally on 15-30% slopes. I'm looking at the matrix, attachment B or whatever, 5.4B, and NR5 talks about shall include management strategies, and the language that we have is, I'm sorry, having to scroll back and forth. It's carefully managed or something. I can't remember the term you used there. And does that can we incorporate? Do we have anything else in the master plan that addresses that more specifically? Management strategies for between 15 and 30 that could be referenced?
We don't, and in the broad scheme of things, you want to try to keep your policy language broad so that when we go through and actually do code stuff, that's where we're going to drive home the actual standards. We don't want to try to dictate standards through policy language. So I wanted to try to keep it as broad as possible because we are in the process of actually updating our code, some of which will include some hillside development, but later on down the line too, we want to take a more holistic approach at looking at hillside development. So that's part of the reason why I kept it broad. It's almost a mere language of NR5. Like I've pretty much worked with Jeremy to just capture the intent of that and just bring it over into ours so that it was general enough to say, hey, look, your code needs to address these strategies.
But that's not what it says, and maybe you can help me walk through this. NR5 says local government master plans shall include management strategies. So what are the management strategies that are identified in our master plan?
So, and I will say that throughout I don't really have specific policy sections up. Throughout the structure plan sections in the specific area policies, there are standards that talk about foothill grading. It doesn't specifically state, hey, if you're on a 15% slope, but it says, look, you got to look at these development standards if you're in a foothill neighborhood. And that's where most of our development on hillsides is going to be. So let me see if I can find some samples for you.
Well, I don't mean to run through the actual, it just seems to me we need to, in our, either we satisfy this or we don't, I guess is what isn't that this requirement? Not that we need to add something that says that we're more, that we will, carefully manage, but either we have the policies or we don't have the policies. I'm not certain why we need a new wishy-washy.
You'll notice on a few of these that there were some standards where we're just simply referencing sections of the regional plan. So that was, we spent a lot of time with regional during the original adoption process of this Reimagine Reno document to make sure that it was incorporating a lot of the aspects of what they were looking for. They were part of our stakeholder group. And so there definitely is a lot of areas where we already address concepts, but not necessarily as broadly in our policy language. It's in these, I guess it's in policy language, but it's in the area specific policy language rather than in the overall citywide policy language under the various different guiding principles. And so this is just adding additional language. And I guess we could certainly look at adding strategies there. To me, I always get worried because you want to try to, you're walking a thin line with the policy language to put, if you put too many strategies in, then they just become principles or may become design standards. And so it's sort of the balancing act.
No, I understand why you may want to have certain more prescriptive items within your code as opposed to your master plan. Your policy document versus your implementation document. But that's not what, the requirement of the regional plan is to have strategies for this particular, for 15 to 30% slopes.
So just to give you a heads up on the actual strategies we already have in the master plan, we have protection of natural features when it comes to cluster development, so that we're reducing the impact of grading on specific hillsides. We have specific grading standards that talks about creating undulating, naturalistic appearing and varying grading slopes with curvilinear contours and using specific natural landscaping features to soften slopes. We have cut fill slope policy language. We have the specific use of retaining walls to reduce the amount of grading. So there is a number of different policies. I would say there's probably about 10 that specifically deal with hillside development and grading standards within our foothill neighborhood section, which is where a majority of this policy will affect. And so if we want to include specific policy language, we would have to do a significant amendment to this area to actually go through and break down all of the impacts that grading has. To me, I think it's more effective to do it within the structure plan, which is how we've already have it structured.
It may be then that what's really needed here is a rewording of 7.1C hillside development so that it incorporates and references, that chapter.
Chris, do you have proposed language that you might want to bring forward?
Well, I could probably take a break and work that out, but I think it's to me that the policy itself doesn't add anything, and if what we're trying to do is make the
I think this is
And-
just performance with
All right,
the,
would you mind letting me finish?
please continue.
Okay.
I just, think the best use of our time and staff time.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll just articulate my concern, and then we can further discuss it if there are other, if it's, other members feel is appropriate. That the new 7.1C doesn't really satisfy the requirement to identify strategies. If we have strategies, then let's identify those, as opposed to creating something that in some ways is referencing, I don't think, anything much. So that's my 7.1C 2 cents. Then the other thing, Jeff, is you reference cluster development within the steeper slopes. And is that, are we going to be, is there opportunity to address that within the code update in chapter or title 18?
Yes, there
Okay.
is discussed cluster development.
Then I will reserve my comments for more on that. And that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you, Commissioner Marshall. Other questions or comments for Jeff? I don't see anybody's hands raised or any other questions or comments. Would we like to have some discussion? I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Johnson, I appreciate the comments that Commissioner Marshall has added in there. So I guess the comment I would have with respect to making a motion, and I'll go back to Jeff on this one, but based on the motion that we have here, do you want me to just add some information as a part of that motion to indicate, since we're making a recommendation, that we incorporate the comments and the language in those two items? I think it was two items that we had some language change from Commissioner Marshall. Is that a sufficient way to proceed here?
Yeah, correct. It's sort of a two-part thing. You're adopting a resolution tonight, but at the same time, as part of that, you can adopt with recommended changes, and then you're recommending on top of that adoption of the resolution to City Council. City Council will then hear it with your recommended changes. So I'll go through and make the amendments to the red lines, and that will be included as part of their draft that they hear.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that, and then I guess I would just check with Commissioner Marshall if that approach is sufficient based on the comments that he has.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, Madam Chair, in the case of LDC 21-00004 Regional Plan Conformance Master Plan Text Amendment, based on my ability to make the applicable master plan evaluation criteria, I move to adopt the amendment to the master plan by resolution and recommend City Council approve the master plan amendment as it meets all applicable statutory and code requirements, subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Agency, assuming that the comments requested by Commissioner Marshall and discussed with Jeff are incorporated into that's presented moving forward. Close enough?
Second that motion. Commissioner
Okay.
Marshall.
Motion and second. Do we have any further discussion?
Chair Taylor, may I request slight clarification to item number 7.1C? I don't want to create policy language that doesn't necessarily 100% reflect what the commission is desiring. Commissioner Marshall, you want me to reference specifically back to those specific policy standards within the Foothill Neighborhood Plan so that there are actual dictated standards that are dictated policy language to reflect the true intent of what regional wants.
Yes.
Okay, so I will state something at the end, just referring back to the Foothill neighborhood standards. Simple as that with regards to hillside development.
Yes, I think incorporating them so we've established that we have strategies. That's, I think, is the key point for me.
Perfect. Thank you.
Sure. Any other discussion? Okay, Michelle, I think we're ready.
Okay, Commissioner Marshall,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Munoz,
Yes.
Commissioner Olivas,
Yes.
Commissioner Valto,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes. Great, thank you, Jeff. Motion carries. Have fun.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Well, that moves us right into agenda item number 6, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. I don't think we have much to report, and our meeting was canceled. Is that right, Mr. Johnson?
That is correct. We haven't had a meeting since the last planning commission meeting, and the meeting scheduled for next week has been canceled. We did get notification that the item that we just discussed will be on the regional planning agenda for our September meeting.
Great. Thank you. Angela, staff announcements, please.
Good evening. For the record, Angela Foos. My computer died, so I'm here in spirit. And like the great Oz, you can hear me, but you can't see me. Update from Regional Planning Governing Board. For those of you that did not see, Governing Board did approve Dr. Jeremy Smith as the Director of Regional Planning. In terms of City of Reno staffing changes, the City Council has approved or recommended for approval Mr. Doug Thornley as our new future city manager. So the next step in that process is to work out a contract. They are going to bring that contract back to City Council, and that will officially start Mr. Thornley's contract with the City of Reno. So we anticipate that will be in the next couple of weeks, and then he will be officially taking over as the city manager. Other staffing changes, just as of this week, Jeff Borchardt, who you just heard from, has been appointed as the new planning manager. So I will be taking over as the assistant community development director, still serving capacity as the acting community development director. So I will be, how do I say this? For the next couple of planning commission meetings, I will be the serving as both planning manager and assistant CD director and acting CD director. And then soon after that, Jeff Borchardt will be taking over as the planning manager. So he will be sitting up here probably starting in late September, early October as the new planning manager. So that's very exciting for you and for me and for Jeff. Excited about that. Changes to city council meetings, things that have been approved, the Verdi Crossing special use permit. That was before you. That was for the non-conforming gaming use. That did have to go to City Council, not on appeal, but just because it involved gaming. City Council did approve that special use permit. The Skyways special use permit, City Council approved that, as well as the Skyway text amendment. The development agreement text amendment that was before you guys earlier this last month, City Council heard the first reading. They actually revised it and want to go back and keep what's in code. And the only change they want to make is to remove the requirement that a development agreement has to include a PUD, an SPD, or a special use permit, and remove the requirement that a development agreement has to require a project of regional significance. They also want to add some language that Planning Commission's recommendation was that all development agreements have to go to Planning Commission. That they did not agree with that. Some did, some did not, but in the end, the motion did not include development agreements have to go back to Planning Commission for review. They felt that if it triggered a special use permit or an entitlement, that it would come before Planning Commission as a project and separate from a development agreement. And then that will go back to City Council as a first reading and then finally as a second reading. So that has 2 more City Council votes before that's officially approved. And that is all I have on my end.
Great. Agenda item number 8, Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. I don't see
Can
anything.
I suggest an item for looking closely at steep slopes between 15 and 30%? That was a joke.
That was a good one.
Maintain your sense of humor, everybody.
It's late. I think everyone's tired.
I'm really disappointed that Commissioner Gower wasn't here for that because that's like his baby. So I didn't hear any serious comments for agenda item number 8. Number 9, public comment. Michelle?
I did not receive any public comment for this item.
Okay, great. Item number 10. Adjournment.
To adjourn.
Oh, did we get a second?
Second, Commissioner Meltzer.
Okay, all those in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Everyone.
Have a good night, everybody.